for the road before we get started. Welcome in today. Hit that like button, guys. Let's celebrate. It's Friday. Hello, hello. Welcome in and welcome back to Everyday with Jay, aka Cooterville. Happy Friday, guys. Yes, I said Friday. It's good to see you guys today. So how are you surviving the morning after Christmas? Are you guys all hanging in there? You still got more festivities? What's the dealio? So I've got a new text that hasn't been seen yet. But it's more difficult than just saying like, oh, is it the text? No. I mean, it's not as major as, you know, the victims or whatever. But they're trickling in. And when I get them emailed to me, I make sure that they are indeed from Lauren. So with that being said, if you guys ever want to send me any screenshots of any texts or anything like that, you can email me. And I am going to put my email in the chat. And this is going to bring us into CrimeCon, and my question, my poll is, do you think that she should be welcomed to CrimeCon? And we're going to do a poll now, and we're going to do a poll when I'm done, and we're going to compare. Hey, Angie B. Or no, that's not Angie B. That's Incognito Potato. Happy Boxing Day to our Canadian and British or Europe friends, whatever. I don't know where you celebrate Boxing Day, but happy Boxing Day. You guys, we were talking in the chat before we started about the Edgar thing. Now, you have to watch Kresha last night. She was on for 6 hours. She was on. I fell asleep and I woke up and they were still on. But there was a thing in here about Edgar. And Edgar is affiliated with Summer Shiflett. And there's a text here I'm going to show you from Lauren. And Greer's, welcome. Thank you for joining today. Sorry, I'm a little all over the place today, but this says Rex said he and Janice were always close, but it's not the same. He implied she lies all the time and has talking points. She had talking points when Joe died, and his daughter told him that Summer told her that Edgar told Lori, you can thank me for Joe Ryan. He made me dessert and I enjoyed it, but then I realized I don't know how I feel about eating anything a Connor/Cox made. It was Summer's like affair or something. I don't know. But this is a Lauren text from August of 2023 in a group message. And let's see. She actually pulls up like a court doc and I was shook. Okay, right here. I think it's right here. Okay, listen to this part. Listen.
Okay, Edgar is allegedly like an on and off affair, fling or something. I don't know if I'm not trying to get murked. Okay, that's all I'm saying. But Alex Cox allegedly wasn't the only hitman.
Thank you, Betsy.
There's another one, and we've come.
So you know how Alex was like their hitman? Well, this Edgar, listen to this shit, dude. It's wild.
To know that other one as being Edgar. Okay. And I do have a picture. I just don't have it pulled up right now, of Summer and Edgar. So this is the chain of custody, the pipeline. I had to put it in here so that it could tell me, because it's so much hearsay. And I'm like, who did what? Okay. It's really good with helping the complex moving parts. Okay. I find it is. And so this says the telephone game, how we know Edgar, the alleged hitman / Summer's ex, or on and off, whatever fling, passed the information on to Lori. Okay. Then Lori passed the information on to Summer. Summer passed it on to her cousin, not Megan, Rex Connor's daughter. And then she passed it on to Rex. And then Rex passed it on to Lauren. Do you see the gossip going on here? But also,
thank you, Cynthia Dawn, for the 5 cooterships. Vibe, Maria, Daz, or not Daz, Chastity, Joyce, and Gretchen. And thank you. Okay, I think I got them all. Thank you. Welcome to Cooterville. Come on in and close them legs. Thank you for your support, Cynthia Dawn. That's so nice of you. Merry Christmas. Merry belated Christmas. I am all over the place today. I did not want to get moving today.
She says, welcome to Cooterville. Everybody close your legs. Everybody coming in, close your legs.
Close your legs.
The leakage. Okay. So now for the darkest part of the stream, we need to trace how this information traveled. According to the text, it went from Edgar to Lori to Summer to Rex's daughter to Rex and finally to Lauren. This is the pipeline of the Edgar confession. So
Pressure with receipts. No, Deb.
It says,
not in years.
The confession allegation is that Edgar told Lori Vallow, according to these text messages now, that
if we believe Lauren,
you can thank me for Joe Ryan. That's allegedly, according to these texts, according to that chain of command, that chain of custody that we just talked about. Edgar to Lori, to Summer, Rex's daughter, to Rex, and finally to Lauren. Okay. Edgar tells Lori, you can thank me for Joe Ryan. The implications this tells is that Joe Ryan's death was ruled natural, a heart attack. Did Edgar take credit for a hit? And did Lori know? The text claims that Edgar told Lori, quote, you can thank me for Joe Ryan, unquote. If this is true, this is not just drama.
Edgar now?
No. This is an admission that Joe Ryan, it says Tylee and JJ's father. No, Tylee's father may have been murdered and that Lori Vallow knew about it. This changes everything regarding the natural causes ruling of his death. Not to mention, my grandmother, my mom's mom, which is also Charles's mom, she died March 17th, 2000.
Yes, that's what she's going to show. So I'm going to fast forward because she goes through this, right? Then she pulls this up.
That Lori spoke to Tylee about her religious beliefs either.
Listen to this.
And looking at the limited communication, it seemed that Tylee was left to care for JJ while Lori was in Idaho or Houston. In both Lori's accounts, she had regular communication with her sister Summer, who was listed in her phone as Sum. The number linked to Summer was blank. Summer also shared Lori's religious beliefs. Okay. So that's a big nugget right there. On 10/7/2019.
See, this was wild to me. I didn't know that Summer shared Lori's beliefs. I mean, if we believe this Chandler Police Department document, it gives me anxiety.
Okay. So that's a big nugget right there. On 10/7/2019 at 13:04 hours. So this is October 7th. Brandon got shot at October 2nd. Okay. At 13:04 hours, Summer sent Lori a message asking if she already knew about the Tesla incident. Lori responded at 15:51 hours, indicating that she did not know. Summer asked if she should call or text her. Lori asked Summer to text her, not call her, right? So the following is the text string as it appears. Summer says, quote, an incident that supposedly happened to Brandon. Sounds highly suspicious, unquote. Lori says, Brandon's Tesla or the Tesla company, unquote. Summer replies, Brandon's. He claims someone shot at him and shot the window to his Tesla a few days ago. Police are looking into it. Now we're going to page 234. Summer says, again, I think he is trying, this is interesting, to set Al up, which is Alex, or make a future hit on Melanie Boudreaux-Pawlowski, Melanie's.
Oops.
Make him look, let me try this again. Summer says, I think he is either trying to set Al up or make a future hit on Mel, make him look innocent, knowing him, but who knows, knowing him. Sounds suspicious to me. Lori says, maybe it was Edgar. Where is he? Summer sends some weird symbolisms, the male, female. Those are the only three that show up. The rest of them didn't show up. Summer says, I doubt it was him. He wouldn't miss or leave witnesses.
Yikes.
He usually makes things look like natural causes, but I don't know where he is or what he is doing.
Did you guys hear that? These are actual texts between Lori Vallow and her sister. Ugh. That is freaking scary. She says that like nothing. So Summer, let me reread this. Summer says, I think he is either trying to set Al up or make a future hit on Mel. Make him look innocent, knowing him, but who knows? Knowing him sounds suspicious to me. Then Lori says, maybe it was Edgar? Where is he? Summer responds with emojis and says, I doubt it was him. He wouldn't miss or have witnesses or leave witnesses. He usually makes things look like natural causes, but I don't know where he is or what he's doing. And then she goes, he has a message to me on his Smule page. What is that? But I haven't responded. Summer then forwarded Lori an image of an unknown subject on music recording app. Oh, music recording at Smule with the username of XXZY, whatever. It is suspected that this was Edgar. Apparently, Summer had an affair with this dude. And then it says down here, searching Smule or whatever, through Lori's iCloud account, I discovered that she was using this app to send songs or communicate with Chad Daybell as well. This was evident in the likes that they would send to each other. A new iCloud account was created and wedding photographs were sent to blank. They were using this app to talk. Right, Daz? And yeah, Joe Ryan had a heart attack. Hey, Chips. Yeah, I never heard of Smule. Is that what it says? I can't really read it. Hang on. Let me see if I can. Oh, it is. Okay. There we go. Smule. Smule. And it was user XZZYZX. And then down here it says, as indicated above, it was discovered that Chad Daybell was using the cellular phone number of blank to converse with Lori. The contact linked to this number was Bubby. I mentioned this to Detective Moffitt, and I was informed that investigators in Idaho and Arizona were aware of this. I was informed that a search warrant was drafted for this number and subscriber information was obtained. The account was a prepaid account through Cricket and was activated on Halloween 2018. The name on the account was Boyd Dial with an address of P.O. Box 405, Mesa, Arizona. Who the fuck is Boyd Dial? The information found that the was active from 7/1 to 10/8/2019. Looking at Lori's account, iCloud account, she entered this number in her contact list on 7/2/2019. Chad then started to utilize this phone on 7/13/19. It is suspected this is how they started to communicate as a result of Charles finding out about the affair and confronting Lori on 6/29/2019. Oh, it's a singing app? So they were communicating on that app. You don't think they'll care, YBE? Well, I have a little deeper perspective on it. So get your votes in about the CrimeCon question. Yeah, that's really freaky. So here is the link to Kreshas live from last night. If you want to save it to your watch leaders. Pretty interesting stuff. I'm never surprised with Kreshas research. Or I mean, I'm always surprised with it. You know what I mean? Wild stuff. All right, you guys, have you hit the like button yet? Asking for a friend. Right. Joe Ryan's body was in an advanced state of decomp and no exact cause was determined. The heart attack was supposed because he had previously seen a doctor for issues. Oh, I didn't know that. Boyd Dial, Chad's bishop who died. And then Chad used his name so he could communicate with Lori using the dead bishop's name. Sick. Ugh. Felicia, there is? These people are freaky as fuck, man. All of them. All right, my little Cootervilles. The first thing I'm going to show you today, we're going to be kind of a hodgepodge today. The first thing I'm going to show you is something that popped up in the Reddit, the Hidden True Crime subreddit. And this is Dr. John. This is taken from Facebook. And I found this to be so freaking wild. So Dr. John, let's see if we can make this bigger. Yeah, here we go. He's got this picture of him and his kid down there. He's in flip-flops. Like, nobody's hiking in flip-flops. Like, what is this? What is this garbage? Like, you're really climbing rocks in flip-flops, John. Everything they do is staged, faked, etc. So here we have July 26th, 2019. Yes, I can drop her link. Her link is right here. It'll take you to the video, but you can sub up from there. So Dr. John puts on July 26, 2019 on Facebook, offering in St. George and Las Vegas. Individual therapy, couples therapy, victims of trauma/abuse, PTSD, faith crisis, psychosexual evaluations, substance abuse evaluations, bariatric surgery evaluations, collaborative therapeutic assessments, violence risk assessment, domestic violence risk assessment, performance/sports assessment, performance/sports psychology, leadership assessment, 360-degree feedback, whatever that means. Hey, Emmy Joe. Merry Christmas. Hey, Kresha. Girl, that shit freaked me out last night, Kresha. I was shook. Oof. Joe Ryan and Alex, natural causes? I don't think so. Me either. Hey, Janice. Ballet flots. Leadership development / coaching. I mean, this guy is a jack of all trades, master of none. And then add in the federal witnesses. Hey, Sleuthy. The federal witness, expert witness shit, him consulting with DAs in multiple states. What else has he said he's done? Right. Imagine John giving you mental health advice on weight loss surgery. It's not normal. Because then when you go to his, let's go to his website. drjohnmatthias.com. I'm just so sick of him. He seems like a scammer, right? Yeah. Yeah. A better understanding of crime is a better understanding of ourselves. Dr. John Matthias. Okay, here we go. For over 25 years, Dr. John Matthias has provided quality psychological services for clinical work, consultation, training. This is so basic. Evaluations. I mean, what is this scroller? So then we go down here. And we have, he's been working as an adjunct professor at UNLV in the clinical psychology doctoral program. And he says he's overseen 30 students in 14 years. You do the math. He's so fucking busy, even if that is true. Then we have what looks like a photoshopped photo. Oh, my God. So then we have over here, so, you know, the Facebook, then this. He's performed over 500 forensic and psychological evaluations, risk assessments for the courts since 1996. But he didn't get his license thing until 2007. Assessing the risks for violent and sexual recidivism for both adults and juveniles. He serves as an expert witness for the federal government and has consulted on numerous high-profile cases for DAs and and defense attorneys in several states. In the forensic area, he's developed expertise in personality assessments, hidden behavioral motivations, complex trauma, and criminal psychology. And I was watching Jolene last night. She was covering their latest video. And he says that he worked with military vets. Now we're throwing the vets in the mix. This brings a whole new level of cringe. And then it says, including the survivors of the Las Vegas shooting massacre in 2017. Prove it. Prove it. He also received his master's in marriage, family, and child counseling from the University of South California and has worked with hundreds of families, couples, and children over the years. He graduated with honors in philosophy from Princeton. And then he got his master's in marriage, family, and child counseling. It's not adding up, y'all. The math ain't mathin'. It's just not. Right. Why isn't there proof? Why can't I find his name in a PACER search of all the federal fucking court, all the federal dockets? Hey, Kim. Why can't I find Dr. John Matthias as an expert witness in any court filing on PACER? Not one. Not a one. So these are the services available. Consultation. Now, this is so broad, it makes no sense. Dr. Matthias has provided expert witness consultation and services to DA's offices, prosecutors, and defense attorneys. He has become a highly sought after expert and consultant on numerous high-profile cases involving sex offenders and violent crimes. Dr. Matthias has provided training and consultation to mental health professionals. It doesn't say he went to training with frickin' Jody Hildebrandt. But it says he's trained and consulted mental health professionals, law enforcement, and attorneys. He's got a marriage counseling, family counseling degree. But now he's training law enforcement, mental health professionals, and attorneys on criminal psychology, domestic violence, forensic interviewing, and victim impact. Victim impact. This man sat here and criticized Olivia Gonsalves. 0 references, Nikki. 0. Hell, I think Bella here is more qualified than Dr. John. You guys can't see Bella. Bella is more qualified to give an evaluation than Dr. John. This is absolutely ridiculous that they expect people to believe this and shut their mouths and not say anything about it. He has also spoken at numerous conferences. Where? Where's the videos of this? If he spoke at a conference, don't you think they would have videoed it? I mean, they take a shit and they video it. You know what I mean? Oh, Lauren shifted in her chair. Let's do a video. I mean, they video everything. But he's done all these things. There's not one fucking memory. There's not one receipt. Bella is overqualified. Me too, just another human. It's awful. And to fuck around with mental health and shit? I was terrified he was going to shred my victim impact statement after hearing how he ridiculed Olivia. He was so wrong for that. It was sick. It was sick. Okay, so let's get on with this. He's spoken at numerous conferences on trauma, victim impact, child abuse, child psychology, domestic violence, and forensic case formulation. So you're formulating cases now? Okay. Evaluations. He performs evidence-based forensic evaluations and risk assessments for sexual offenses and violent crimes. He also conducts in-depth psychological evals for the courts. Clinical work. He works with a very limited. Now that's the truth. Dr. Matthias works with a very limited number of individual clients for therapy on an annual basis. Very limited. He has limited clientele. One of his clients isn't even his wife either. He has also worked as a leadership development coach, and he selects 1 or 2 individuals for leadership work on a pro bono basis each year to assist in the improvement of communal leadership for a better world. Let's see the resume. And I'm sorry to all the vets that he has offended. That is just fucking gross. And he'll assist pro bono. Yes. And then at the very bottom, in July of 2020, Dr. John Matthias and his wife Lauren started a true crime podcast. Hidden True Crime, the podcast has gained significant traction in a short period of time and is available on all major podcast platforms as well as YouTube. And then they have this little slideshow of all their bullshit over here. The Hidden True Crime website. Looks legit, huh? Yeah, let's fill out that contact form. This is how you get in touch. This is how you reach this professional. What? Right, F. S'more. Can you imagine going to therapy with him? He would have to have a stack of books. Oh my God, right? He can't live without papers or books. I don't understand how he has all these degrees but works for free. Right. Especially since he was like, Lauren was like, yeah, I'm the breadwinner or whatever. What did he say about Olivia G? He criticized her. He was like, first, she was telling him how worthless he is, how he didn't matter, and things like that. And he's like, oh, well, for someone who doesn't think he matters, you sure are giving him a lot of attention. And I'm like, fuck you, dude. Who are you? I've never seen a psychologist rip apart a victim impact statement and then claim to help people with victim impact or train on victim impact. It's a joke, dude. It's a total joke. We should listen to what? What is it? I don't think he works as a psychologist. His focus is hidden productions. What do we listen to? I know, Miss Jess. John hates women and girls. I can get down with that. Hey, Amit. Beach Rando wants to know, what's the origin story of Cooterville? Well, I had another creator talk about my hoo-ha, and she told me I had a wide open cooter. So I created Cooterville. Well, that's the long and short of it. Hey, Spain. Cyan Spain. Oh, the assessment of Olivia's statement. Okay, I can pull that up. We can do that first. I don't really have, I have the one text, so I don't have a whole lot to go along with it. So I would love to go over that. So let's do this. Hidden. Fuck. Loving your support of Kresha and puppies. Ah, thank you, just another human. Thank you for your Aussie $14.99. I appreciate that. Hidden true crime. Brian, I think it's this. Yeah, Brian Koberger sentencing. You're gonna get mad. All right, here we go. Let me pin this. Thank you again, just another human.
He says, he didn't give a very long statement, but he said something. He talked about memories just as in the way that you think is the most healing for you.
Hold on, I'll find it. I got to pull
whatever
up the
that is.
transcript.
If it's anger, acceptance, forgiveness, retribution, whatever, that's what you should do, right? But what somebody like Koberger thrives on is, I think, is attention. And by confronting him in that manner, you're probably giving him more attention. And again, I don't know what Koberger. In fact, I think I would worry that this type of reaction to Koberger actually.
Okay, so they play it. Let's see. That's Steve. That's the mom. Okay, wait. First they play Dylan. Is this Olivia?
Empathy without remorse.
No, that's Dylan and Bethany. Then we got Steve, and then I think Olivia comes up after Steve.
We're thinking and feeling at
Right
this
here.
time. Why
Do
did
you guys want to hear Olivia again, or do you just want to hear this asshole's reaction? Let me know. If he really works with veterans, what? I have a sister that works at the VA. I could find that out. He says that he has, but he's got a very limited clientele. Yeah, I don't really want to hear Olivia again either. I'm going to fast forward to the end of it. Okay, we'll start from here.
Where is the murder weapon? The clothes you wore that night? What did you bring into the house with you? What was the second weapon you used on Kaylee? What were Kaylee's last words?
She doesn't stop there, by the way. So some of the things she continued to say was that she said, quote, you thought you figured out the human psyche. You thought.
You hear him? She didn't stop there, by the way. Why didn't you just play it all? And why is Lauren so damn bitchy? Look how bitchy she looks.
You were smarter than anyone else. You're a wannabe. You're not profound. You're pathetic. No one is impressed by you. You're pitifully average. Don't convince yourself that you matter.
Well,
so,
Hey, loves pink.
obviously, this is someone who's very angry, and
You think?
rightfully so, by the way.
Dude, this guy. Oh my God. I'm getting mad again. This is somebody who's really angry. You think so? Her sisters were murdered. You think she's angry? Rightfully so, by the way.
Rightfully so.
And so this style of victim impact statement, which is very confrontational, is a little unusual. I mean, it's something I haven't seen too much over the years. And so
And over the years of what? Of your expert witness testimony? Oh, he does it. He hates women like Olivia. He hates women like Olivia. Strong, assertive, not willing to back down. I can't stand him.
I applaud her for being so assertive and so honest.
Hey, Para.
As someone who's worked with people like Koberger,
Dr. Vonda.
I do have concerns that this is the type of thing they thrive on.
As someone who's worked with people like Koberger, you've worked with people like Koberger? Who? Oh my God. Dude, I am so over this motherfucker. Oh God. This was not the day for this.
As someone who's worked with people like Koberger, I do have concerns that this is the.
Who do you think you are? Dr. Catherine Ramsland? Shut up. Shut up. You ain't worked with nobody like Koberger, and you know it. Stop fucking lying. Ugh.
The type of thing they thrive on.
Yeah.
This is the type of thing that like Koberger's going to really remember, and he's going to be. This is sort of like throwing red meat, to a caged lion, right? Like he's the type of guy I think that
Me too, Para. I've been dragging ass
that would
all
really
morning.
feed off of this. So the question for me, looking at something like this, the question is, did I hope that it benefited Olivia? I hope she felt like this helped her, right? Because at the end of the day, that's what it's about. I just kind of have concerns that this type of response to somebody like Koberger is precisely what he wants. And unfortunately, by the way, like I think, when you tell someone that they don't matter and they're pathetic and they're average, I mean, the problem with that to me, and I'm
Tell
not
him, Annie.
detracting from the statement, the problem with that, I think, is that, obviously there's a mixed message there, right? The message is that he's obviously not average enough, or he matters enough that the whole world is talking about him.
Why
Right.
are you defending him? Oh, well, he matters enough that the whole world is talking about him. Unreal, right? Thanks for the sub up, Lexi. Oh, well, he's important enough that the whole world's talking about him. So, your words don't mean shit. It's not about him. Moron.
Right? Like,
Hey, too old.
like she's kind of saying to him, you're pathetic, you're a wannabe, blah blah blah. But
Seems
on the
like
other
it.
hand, like everybody's watching this, like the whole world's paying attention. He's mattering now. He's mattered more tonight than he ever has.
Hey,
And
Sarah.
I know people are saying, let's not give any oxygen. Let's forget about him. Let's ignore.
He defended Sarah Boone. Oh my God. Hey, Sherry Rollins.
Him, right? That was a theme from today, but that's easier said than done. There's in psychology, there's something called psychological reactance, which is that when people perceive a threat to their freedom, they actually do the opposite. So this is kind of the idea. So there's been research, for example, showing that when you put up do not touch signs, people want to touch it. There's
Oh my God. He's so profound. Exactly, Sarah. The whole world is watching him as a murderer, failure, and fucking freak. But John wants him to be superior to Olivia. Why? Why? You have to ask yourself why. We got to find the one where he defended Boone. Kel said, I survived Boone and bought the shirt. We did have I survived Boone. Janice says, I was in the courtroom 10 feet from Brian during the sentencing. He did not show any emotion. That must have been freaky. Thank you, Marion, for subscribing. Good day, mate.
There's been some research, like when you say don't touch this, people touch it way more than they would otherwise. And that's psychological reactance. When you tell people not to do something or you threaten them with taking away something from them, they're typically going to respond the opposite, or not always, but they may respond the opposite way, right? And so like, so I see the value of this type of statement to the victim and to the victim's well-being.
Isn't that what it's about? It's a victim impact statement. She don't give a fuck. She's just hoping everybody's being nice and telling her how fucking pretty she is. She don't care.
But I wonder about how it's going to land with Koberger, for example, whether he's going to be affected by that.
Who cares? That's not what this is about, whether he's affected by it. Has nothing to do with it. Rhinestone Wow Girl, thank you for joining today. Welcome.
She says, welcome to Cooperville. She says, welcome to Cooperville. Everybody close your legs. Everybody coming in, close your legs.
Close your legs.
This was July 23rd of this year. July 23rd. Let that sink in. Hey, Ostrich.
And I kind of wonder about the message there. You know, that if you say that someone is really average, well, clearly he's not average because he's got your attention and he's got the whole world's attention, right? Clearly you say he doesn't matter, but obviously he matters because he's got our attention. We're talking about him right now. We're talking about victims, but we're talking about victims because of him. And so I don't know. You know, I think time will tell how something like this plays.
We're talking about victims because of him. Hey, Lemon. Really? We're talking about victims because of him. Jada, you're my girl.
Plays out, right? I mean, I hope for her, I hope it allows her to heal, and I hope it allows her to move past it. But
Wait,
I'm not
move past it? Move past her sisters being bludgeoned to death? Like, does he realize that Kaylee was unrecognizable? I can't stand him. This alone should make everybody go, I won't watch this motherfucker ever again. This is terrible.
Out, right? I mean, I hope for her, I hope it allows her to heal, and I hope it allows her to move past it. But I'm not sure that this is going to affect people's capacity or interest in Brian Koberger. In fact, I think I would worry that this type of reaction to Koberger actually kind of consolidates and amplifies the myth that is Brian.
That's what it is. There you go. Dr. Vonda came in with the bing bong to explain this irresponsible behavior. She said he's just jealous because Dr. Gary Mercado and Dr. Ann Burgess got asked to help write Olivia's victim impact statement, and John didn't. Thank God. Thank God.
And Koberger. The myth that, you know, in some ways, like if you tell people he doesn't matter, people become more interested in him. People want to know more about him. So people that today, you know, that watch this, that knew nothing about Koberger, they're probably Googling Koberger tonight and trying to figure out more about Brian Koberger. So,
no, John. That's not how it works. People that are watching the sentencing already fucking know who he is. Oh, look at his tongue. Oh my God. I can't. Oh, this is just nasty. Thank you, Susanna, for subbing up today. If you'd like to screenshot that, now is your time. He actually empathizes with an incel. I've worked with people like Brian Koberger.
it's kind of a mixed bag in terms of.
Oh, this is the same day that they went to the bar and Grayson said this is how people get mood. You think? Because the pink jacket? BK was fuming when she was talking, and now he gets to sit in prison thinking about her words, unable to control anything until the day he dies. Uh-huh. Thank you, Laxi. John is such a see you next Tuesday. I agree. Hey, Kookie.
If you say you don't want someone to get attention or you want to move on from them, and then you're kind of promoting them.
Her victim impact statement promoted Koberger? Is this guy for real right now?
This is fucking crazy, yo.
You're kind of promoting them. Hey, Paul. What the fuck?
Say you don't want someone to get attention or you want to move on from them, and then you're kind of promoting them. I worry about where that goes.
What?
We have a question here.
That is so
And
inappropriate.
it's actually
Hey,
my
Groovy.
question, too. Before we get into this question, though, I do want to say I
hates her.
empathize with Olivia, whose grief is anger. I've had a lot of grief this last year. I didn't have a family member that was murdered. I'm not comparing my grief to hers at all. I'm just talking about some personal grief that I have dealt with because
Dude, this isn't about you, asshole. This is not fucking about you and your half-mast eyes. Open your fucking eyes, Lauren. Droopy eye fucking lids. My personal grief. And look at Johnny. He's like, oh, fuck. Here she goes again. With her own personal grief. She cut me off for this.
a loss of a sibling. And I've talked a lot.
Guess what, Lauren? I've lost a sibling too. Fuck you. Okay? Fuck you. Because you lost a sibling doesn't give you the opportunity on a podcast where you're talking about murders to bring your own personal business into it. Shut the fuck up. You're not a victim. You are not a victim. You lost a brother. I lost a sister. I'm not a victim. This was the same day as the Boise restaurant incident. Wow. Wow.
About it with John because I never knew that grief could be so angry.
Oh my God.
And I've felt a lot of anger this past year.
Bitch, I haven't been able to confirm this text yet that it actually came from you. But in this text that I received that I'm working on verifying, Lauren, it says that you said goodbye to your brother the fall before he passed away and that you weren't interested in going back and arguing with your family about it. So shut the fuck up. What are you angry about? What are you angry about? You said goodbye months before he passed. Stop it. If that text was really you, which I will confirm.
I've had to talk to John about it. So I do
Awful.
understand when she stood up and she said, I am so angry.
No, you don't understand it. You
Grief
do not.
is often anger. And I've learned that a lot
It's not the same.
this year.
Hey, Pines.
But Felicia is saying this, and I have a question for you, John. Felicia is saying, Dr. John, I am confused. Olivia said what everyone says the killer thrives on. So to deny him, in other words, to deny him the sorrow, deny the killer tears, the grief of the victim's loved ones. She's saying,
such
isn't
a liar,
it true
dude.
that the killer thrives on tears?
Okay, so her brother passed away in like March or whatever, and I was sent a text, but I'm waiting for confirmation to make sure it's from her, where she says that she said goodbye in the fall and she's not interested in going back and forth with her family about the end of life and what was going to happen. And yes, she went to the Daybell trial instead of going to his bedside because she didn't want to argue with them about, ending his life. From what I saw. You do not have to log into StreamYard's HTC.
Grief.
It's sick.
And we denied him that? No?
No, I disagree.
Hmm.
I disagree. He's not thriving on grief and tears. He's thriving on attention.
Random, I agree.
He might thrive on that, but he's also thriving on anger. He's loving it. Like he thrives on conflict. He thrives on anger. There's no easy answer here in terms of how to give a victim statement. You give a victim statement in the way that you think is the most healing for you.
And you don't have the right, sir, to criticize her victim impact statement or anybody else's for that matter. You're salty because real doctors with real experience assisted Olivia in her amazing victim impact statement. You are a loser, sir. A loser. A loser that sits in a nice house with your nice things and your fake facade and your fake wife. Your wife out there calling cops, I'm the breadwinner. You should be ashamed of yourself. Honestly, ashamed that you didn't put a stop to this bullshit. Instead of going along with it, wanting Christina to go to prison as a professional. It's just awful. Listen, I lost a sister. I know what grief is, but I've never had a sister that was murdered in her bed by a fucking psycho. Okay? It's a lot different to have an accident than a brutal murder. Okay? I am not going to say that my grief is the same or even remotely my feelings about the death of my sister is the same as Olivia's. There's no fucking way it can be. Completely different circumstances. The basics of it, yeah. But comparing an accident, my sister was in a car accident. That's not the same as finding out your sister was bludgeoned and unrecognizable at the hands of an individual who went in her house in the middle of the night. It's just not the same. It's not the same. And thank you, Betsy. It's just not. And I could never sit here and act like it was like, oh, yeah, I understand, that Olivia's angry, because I lost my sister, to a tragic car accident. No, That is so self-centered. Mm-mm. It hurts. Not saying that, but goddamn, I couldn't imagine going through and finding out the details that they had to hear about. Oh my God.
Whatever that is, if it's anger, acceptance, forgiveness, retribution, whatever, like that's what you should do, right? But like what somebody like Koberger thrives on is, I think, is attention. And by confronting him in that manner, you're probably giving him more attention. And again, I don't know what the right victim impact statement.
John, it was his sentencing hearing. How's he not going to get attention at his sentencing hearing? Are you fucking stupid, dude? Like, I'm starting to think this guy's just dumb. Like, he really couldn't even make it counseling basic marriage issues. If he can't counsel basic marriage issues, how the fuck is he going to do any of this? This guy needs to sit his fat ass down.
Is, I don't know what I would have.
I'm sorry, Kels, for your loss.
Said, I'm sure I would have been angry as hell. I could relate to Steve.
Dude, you're angry because Lori Hellis cut you off 5 fucking years ago. What do you mean? I guess I would be angry as hell too. Dude, you get angry when a woman cuts you off in a conversation because you're awkward and weird. And she probably needed to step in.
He was angry as hell. I'm sure I would be. I don't know if the bailiffs would have to intervene if I'm giving a victim impact statement, because I would be so angry.
Why are you laughing?
I don't know if the bailiffs would have to intervene.
Oh, is that a slam at Lauren? Remember, she said the bailiffs had to intervene in the courtroom for her. Hey, Scorpio.
If I'm giving a victim impact statement, because I would be so angry. But on the other hand, like, I know a guy like Koberger is going
like
to
this
feed
little
off
pussy.
of this type of emotion. He's going to feed off of all these
Who
emotions,
cares?
but I think
like this little
more so
pussy.
the ones that are critical of him, more
Now, this
so
guy,
the ones that
I think he's a failure. I think he's an utter professional failure. And that is the only guy that she could get to marry her and have a baby with her. There, I said it.
Because at some level, for a guy like Koberger, at some level, in his mind eye, he doesn't think that's accurate. You can say he's not smart, but he thinks he is. Like, he's always going to think he is. You're not, like, in many ways, for him, you're just being more provocative.
What?
You can say he's pathetic. You can say he's average.
He is.
He knows he's not, or he thinks he's not.
What do you mean he knows he's not? Look at Lauren. Oh, he's not? He's not inadequate?
You can say he's pathetic. You can say he's average.
He's not average, Joe? He's not average? Whatever the fuck your name is. John?
He knows he's not, or he thinks he's not.
He knows he's not. He thinks that Brian Koberger is above average. He actually looks up to Brian Koberger. He's intrigued by Brian Koberger. Ew.
Anyways, for him, you're just being more provocative. You can say he's pathetic. You can say he's average. He knows he's not, or he thinks he's not. I mean, he got caught. That's true. But he was a really good student, and he was praised up in endless.
See, this is what happened to this motherfucker. This is where he relates. Boom. I just figured it out.
Bing bong.
This motherfucker was a good student. He went to all the schools. He got all the degrees. And guess what? When it came to fucking work, he couldn't do it. He couldn't do it good enough to be successful. That's what I think. That's my opinion. Right there. Boom. That's why he fucking, he was a good student. Come on now. Be easy on him. He got good grades. He loved the books. The books aren't going to get you through a counseling session. You can't sit in a counseling session with a book and be like, hold on. Let me reference Bartles, 1972, chapter 5, paragraph 4. You can't do that. You have to be able to fucking talk to people. You have to be able to relate with people. You have to be able to make people comfortable to get them to open up. They ain't going to open up to this shit. They are not going to open up to him. He failed. He failed. Just like Brian Koberger failed. The only thing he didn't do was take lives. But Brian Koberger was an utter failure. He sucked. When it came to teaching, he was a horrible TA. People hated him. They didn't want to talk to him. They avoided him. I mean, can you imagine going for marriage counseling and the dude's got to pull out a book? No. You want someone who's going to sit down with you and be able to relate with you. This guy's not relatable. He's relating with Brian Koberger. Ugh. This guy's just a failure. Failure psychologist.
You can say he's not smart, but he thinks he is.
Listen to
he's
this.
always going to think he is. You're not.
This is John talking about him. Listen.
Like, in many ways, you're for him, you're just being more provocative. You can say he's pathetic. You can say he's average. He knows he's not, or he thinks he's not. I mean, he got caught. That's true. But he was a really good student, and he was praised up and endlessly by his professors.
Oh, I'm sure you were too.
He was getting his PhD.
Like
I mean,
you.
he had really poor social skills.
That's what you relate with. Boom, right there.
Bing bong.
There you go. There you go. John, figure it out.
But like, he was always the top of his class.
It's not fair. Me and Brian Koberger, we did good in school. We were at the top of our class. And then when we got in the real world, no one liked us. So I can relate. You're just adding to his anger. Stop being so mean to him. Olivia, why are you so mean?
He was always getting the best grades. Like,
yeah, you won that fucking thesis award, all that bullshit. And it didn't do you a damn bit of good because you're socially inept. Fight me. He is socially inept. Who didn't want to come on camera when they started YouTube? John. Who won't look at the camera? John. Who's weird when he does have conversations? John. Who says things that are all out of turn? Like, Colby, there was a comment. Someone said I should adopt you. Totally. He cannot relate. He cannot communicate.
getting caught, I mean, in his mind's eye, getting caught doesn't mean he's average. It just means he pulled off something that most people couldn't pull off.
What? You're proud of him. You're proud of him. He is proud. Oh my goodness gracious. No wonder their kid thinks Chad Daybell's coming for dinner. He probably talks him up.
It just means he pulled off something that most people couldn't pull off.
Fucking fuzzy slippers and lip gloss.
And he's going to think, hey, you know, I pulled this off. I was always the best student, right? He's not going to think of himself as average.
He's like, yeah, just like I've pulled off this whole podcast thing. All of these stupid motherfuckers that watch us, they all think I'm this prestigious forensic psychologist. He pulled it off until you didn't. You pulled it off till you didn't. Thank you, Jackie. How much damage has John done to victims with this sort of attitude and approach? Jealousy is dangerous. Yeah. Thank you for your super chat.
Just because, you know, somebody tells him he's average or somebody's critical of him or somebody belittles him, I don't think it's going to change his perception of himself. In fact, I think it's just going to make him angrier and it's going to feed his narcissism.
Welcome, Harley.
Right? And so if the goal here was to shame Koberger, and if the goal here was to somehow put Koberger in his place, I mean, this family doesn't have to worry about that because he's going to do multiple life sentences. So the judge took care of that for them. But if the goal is to
what? So in other words, the judge took care of it. Why'd they even bother showing up? Why'd they even come to the sentencing? Do you guys even know? Why would Olivia even write a victim impact statement? I mean, the judge is sentencing him anyway. This is the dumbest shit I've ever heard. But this guy expects us to believe that he helps victims write impact statements. Get the fuck out of here. I am not buying this shit. Not this Friday. Not the day after Christmas. No way, no how.
The judge took care of that for them. But if the goal is to somehow, I don't know, belittle him and put him in his place.
Belittle?
I'm not sure that's going to work for
belittle? The guy should be belittled to the day he fucking dies. And why are you sitting there quiet? Why is this bitch sitting there quiet?
for a guy like Koberger. I think it may work for this family in terms of how they want to feel and help them to express their anger in a way that's healthy. But I don't, if the end game is to
this guy's telling Olivia how to channel her anger that in a way that's healthy. When he had a fucking baby toddler fit over Lori Hellis. Oh my God.
End this and make him feel ashamed and less than average. I'm not sure it's accomplishing that. In fact, I think it's the opposite.
What? Canvas, thank you for dropping 5 cooter ships. Thank you so much, you guys. Welcome in. Thank you, and thank Canvas.
Welcome to Cooterville. Everybody close your legs. Everybody coming in, close your legs.
Close your legs.
He does. He needs to close his legs and his mouth.
I think Koberger is actually emboldened by these types of statements, and he's going to go back to his cell tonight because he's still in jail. He's going to go back to his cell, and he's going to think, wow, I did great.
Because he's still in jail? Where else would he be? Look at him. Wow, I did great.
I really inflame these people. Like, man, I'm something special.
He's laughing. You spineless
but I
bitch.
don't know. I could be wrong. I mean,
oh, you could be.
I don't know Koberger. I haven't talked to him, obviously. So, but I know people like Koberger, and
Kylie.
I know after hearing these types of things, they're actually quite empowered by it. So I don't know.
Right. And as C. West says, Olivia's words were cathartic for her and for a whole lot of people that watched it.
Thank you, C.
And that's
West.
what is important, not that fool.
Exactly.
We agree.
No, you don't.
We concur.
No, you don't concur. Your husband just said her impact statement emboldened him. It didn't belittle him, it emboldened him. He's going back to his cell, thinking I did good. I pulled off something no one else could.
Right. Exactly. I think for her,
now you're going to backpedal?
For Olivia and Steve and the family, it matters a lot. And for the community, for the people listening, it matters a lot. But
it doesn't matter to you because you relate with this fucking scumbag?
But in terms of I think there's a paradoxical effect here, which is that if we want to, the judge said this towards the end, and the prosecutor said this, basically, let's forget about Koberger and move on, right? You're asking us to forget about something. I think if that's the goal, unfortunately, I think these types of statements, although they can be cathartic to the victim and to the audience in the short term and the long run, these types of things, I think, tend to only enhance the mythology of a serial killer like Koberger.
What? So he's saying that Olivia's statement enhanced the mythology of a serial killer like Koberger. So now he's a serial killer? He's a serial killer? Or is he a mass killer? John, do you know something we don't?
They kind of feed the mythology of this guy. They feed interest. Potentially.
Oh, potentially. He throws in there. After he just labeled him a serial killer. Oh, my God.
Yeah. Thank you, Olivia, though, for expressing your anger, your grief, and what so many are feeling.
Thank you, Olivia, she says. Look at him.
I believe.
All looking like a female here. Ugh.
She nailed Koberger, that's for sure.
Look at him.
I see you looking at your
asshole.
notes.
He's so
Yeah,
mad.
let me move on.
Yeah, please do. We're going to move on as well. Is that not terrible? Oh, God, it just angers me all over again. Mom Interrupted, thank you for your super chat. My mom's sister was brutally murdered many years ago. We both sobbed during and after Olivia's victim impact statement for hours. It was so empowering and so cathartic. I'm so sorry that your family went through that. But I agree. I think that Olivia showed tons of strength. Not just tons of strength, but courage. Could you imagine? I don't know if I would have had the courage to do what she did. And I think she should have been applauded for her courage, for standing up to the man that did this to her family, that took their precious Kaylee and Maddie from them. Oh, yeah, Poison. But they can belittle Christina and insult her with lies instead of channel their anger. He's a total fraud, Mandy. Total. I think she had an amazing statement as well. Yes, absolutely. Love the Smiths. Yeah, I don't know if I could have done it. I would have been, oof. I felt it just as, the older sister vibes. Yep. Well, there you go. This guy's just a piece of crap. Alrighty, guys, ready to get into today's main course? Speakeasy. Hey, Jay, I sent you that Matthias email. I noticed that my email address had been blocked by them, so I used a different computer to search. They block people, so you may be blocked. What do you mean? Blocked on what? I might be blocked on what you mean. I don't know what you're saying. Okay, so first of all, we're going to take a little trip-see back to CrimeCon with Lauren. This was posted on Hidden True Crimes community, and it says CrimeCon 2025, and this is her, and I think he's that Dateline guy or something. Olivia's more of a man than John. I can get down with that, Paul. So this is her little slideshow from CrimeCon, okay? Here is Susan Hendricks. Stacy Chapin. This is Ethan Chapin's mother, one of the victims. Look. This is why I don't like, I don't think this is right. I think this is weird. Here's another one of her doing something. I don't know who the fuck she's interviewing with here. I don't know what that's from. But she is a show off for sure. Can you get a shot of that? And then her and Brian Enton. Another one of her and Susan Hendricks. I agree with that, Jennifer McIntyre. And then we have her and Trisha. I'm all for that too, YBE. She said the Gonsalves have been asking some serious questions of Thompson recently, and I'm all for that. They deserve answers about why they didn't have a trial. I agree. And I didn't like how they kept the injuries from the families either. They didn't find out until right before the sentencing how bad everything actually was. And you also have to take into consideration, John, that Olivia had went and met with the prosecutor right before the sentencing to see pictures of her sister. And don't you think that that would have been a reason why she would be so fucking angry too? Thank you for subbing up, Linda. But look at that. Look at, she's got Patsy Ramsey shirt on. Patsy Ramsey ransom note with the fucking G's on her boobs. I mean, cool, Trisha, cool. You walk around CrimeCon accusing a speaker of being a murderer, right? That's fucked up. Okay, so on to our next thing. We have a couple clips we're going to watch. This one is, this is interesting, okay? So put a 1 in chat if you've watched the behavior panel. I'm pretty sure everybody here has watched the behavior panel or knows who they are. But we're going to watch Scott Rouse, I hope I'm saying that right, with Ashleigh, talking about the guilty verdict being read for Lori Vallow. This is from May 12th of 2023. So most of you, yeah, you guys all know who they are. I mean, they have millions of subs. You don't think so? Okay. Well, you're about to be introduced. If you're not familiar with the behavior panel, it's 4 guys. They analyze behavior here on YouTube, and they are also speakers at CrimeCon. They actually have a segment, if you will, and we're going to take a look at that next. But we're going to watch a clip of Ashleigh and Scott. And Scott, you know, obviously is very infiltrated in CrimeCon, and I'm going to show you what they do at CrimeCon. And after this clip.
I can tell you, I will never be in Lori Vallow's shoes. You just keep this tape, promise me. So I will never know what it's like to stare at 12 people who are about to literally deliver the rest of your life to you, right?
Uh-oh. What happened? Uh-oh. Are we still live? I feel like I'm buffering.
I can tell you, I will never be in Lori Vallow's shoes. You just keep this tape, promise me. So I will never know what it's like to stare at 12 people who are about to literally deliver the rest of your life to you, right? You're going to sit inside a box for the rest of your life, or you can walk out the back door as soon as you get processed and, you know, get some paperwork done. I will never know what that's like, but I at least have humanity, so I know a little bit of how you'd react. And today, like stone cold Lori Vallow staring at these 12 people who just gave 5 weeks of their life to sit in judgment of her and have to look at all of her work product, they'll never unsee that, right? But this is her, stone cold Lori, not a glimmer of emotion. I want to bring in Scott Rouse. He's in the business of making sense of behavior like this. He analyzes it for a living, in fact. Scott, so just give me your, top line on that reaction.
What we're looking at in a nutshell, in my opinion, and I think it's not just my opinion, but a lot of other folks that I've talked with as well in the same business I'm in, I think she's a straight up psychopath. We're seeing no emotions at all, nothing whatsoever. And the reason being is her brain, I would I would venture to say, and I will bet anyone as much as you want to bet, there's something wrong with her neurologically. And the thing that would be wrong with it would be her amygdala aren't functioning properly. That's the part of the brain that's a part of the limbic system. And that's the part of the brain that lets you feel emotions for other people so you can be empathetic. She doesn't have that. None of it, not even a little bit.
Neither
It's
does
highly
Lauren.
narcissistic, obviously. It's class A clinical narcissism, but it goes above that and it goes into psychopathy when you have zero empathy, none whatsoever, other than for yourself. That's what.
Well,
that's
listen,
what we're seeing.
I was in my head today juxtaposing this Lori Vallow because, wow, we finally got to see inside the courtroom. The judge, barred the whole world from being able to have a transparent trial. Don't get me started. But I was juxtaposing this with video from 3.5 years ago where she came bounding into the court fresh off the beaches of Kauai. She was wearing jailhouse stripes, but her hair looked great. Her lipstick was cherry red. She had a big old smile and didn't seem to have care in the world. So take a peek at this if you can see the return images and give me a bit of a feel for who this Lori Vallow was 3.5 years ago compared to today's Lori Vallow.
Well, this is the psychopath enjoying the attention. That's the main thing they want. It's just a body run around trying to please itself, basically. So what you're seeing here is she's trying to dress up and look as good as she can for the cameras and for the story because she knows it's going to be on the news. She knows it's going to be on the net. And she's taking every opportunity to make herself look great. And then when you juxtapose that with the way she looks now, when she's wearing, like today, when she's wearing those dark clothes and that long hair that just looks like it's been dropped on her head from the ceiling, just like a bad wig. It's a dramatic difference because the psychopath or the hardcore narcissist, the clinical narcissist, they can't accept that something is their fault, that they're wrong. And you've got 12 people sitting looking at her and telling her she's wrong. And that's really hard for them they don't accept it. So it's hard
what
for
I
her
wonder,
to take
Scott,
that in.
honestly?
What?
I look at her looking at that jury, and I think of what she thought about when Tylee gave her back talk and when JJ was difficult as a special needs child at age 7 and what she ultimately decided to do to them because they were oppositional. And there is a jury of 12 people being the ultimate of oppositional. And I just wondered what she was imagining. Was she doing like one of those crazy seances where she's trying to eliminate them in her weird way with her culty behavior? Thank you for watching. Go to newsnationnow.com to find News Nation on your television.
So I wonder if Lauren liked this rundown, if you will. That must have been wild, Janice. All right. Let's get rid of that. All right, here we go. Well, first of all, wait, before we read that, let's go here. This says, think you can spot a lie? Think again. And this is posted by CrimeCon. This is August 2nd of this year. Think you can spot a lie? Think again. We're thrilled to welcome back Scott Rouse and Greg Hartley, a.k.a. the Behavior Pair, to CrimeCon. As half of the Behavior Panel, the world's top body language and behavioral analysis experts, and the internet's favorite human lie detectors, Scott and Greg bring unmatched insight into what people are really thinking, feeling, and hiding. Whether you're fibbing, fidgeting, or just blinking weird, they'll notice. Their session promises to be equal parts fascinating, funny, and just a little unsettling. Hashtag CrimeCon 2025. Scott Rouse and Greg Hartley. Thank you, Patty, for your super chat. She says, Jay, I'm behind, but you have Dr. Yawn figured out. Total bing bong moment. He admires BK. Love you, Jay. Love this community. Thank you. Michelle Salter became a member.
She says, welcome to Cooperville. Everybody close your legs. Everybody coming in, close your legs.
Close your legs.
She walked out of there like a snob, didn't she? Right. It's entertainment, and that's the way I see it. I don't, it's like anything else on YouTube. Okay, the next thing is, but I'm just showing you how integrated they are into this CrimeCon thing. So down here it says, the world's top body language and behavior experts are Scott Rouse, Mark Bowden, Chase Hughes, and Greg Hartley. Together as the Behavior Panel, they analyze body language and human behavior in videos of public interest. With close to 1 million subscribers and over 100 million views on YouTube, along with regular appearances on Dr. Phil, national and international news, they aim to educate and entertain with their expertise in body language, behavior, communication, culture, deception detection, interrogation, and resistance to interrogation. interrogation. Okay. That comes from CrimeCon too. The CrimeCon site. This is what they did at CrimeCon. This says Friday, September 22nd. This is from an old CrimeCon, not this year's. But it says this is what they did. Ever wondered if you have what it takes to outsmart, outwit, and outperform in a live battle of amateur detective wits? Signals and Secrets is your chance to learn from the best and put your skills to the test. Get ready to sharpen your body language and behavioral analysis skills directly from the masterminds themselves. Scott, Mark, Chase, and Greg, the 4 experts of the behavior panel. First, everyone will be trained on proven strategies and techniques for analyzing body language and behavior, equipping us all with a toolbox of real-world techniques to detect deception. And then the spotlight turns to you. Step into the arena and match your skills against your fellow participants, all in a battle to determine who has what it takes to spot the world's best liars. More than just bragging rights, you'll gain a wealth of knowledge, practical skills, and if you're really good, some fantastic prizes from the behavior panel and CrimeCon. So they are very integrated. This is like an extra that you pay for if you want to do this. I can't stand Dr. Phil's show. I think all that shit's fake. So I don't know how legit this shit is, but it's entertainment to me. It's always interesting to hear their analysis. But knowing that Scott is... Oh, really, Janice? Oh, wow. Hey, Lindsay. Scott was right by Christina when the officer was talking to her in the bar at CrimeCon. Did he see it go down? Right. Green-eyed. Did he take up for her at all? I like the British guy, too. Mark. I'm wondering, did he have anything to say about it? Like he knew what was going on then. Right. It's entertainment and I am entertained. Could you see him in the videos that we have, I wonder? Dr. Phil is in some legal trouble too, Anna. Thank you for your super chat, Pines. Jay, fun fact, Scott is a sound snob like you. Is he really? Yeah, which night was that? That's a good question. Thank you for your super chat. Be careful, Cynthia Dawn. Chris Voss is someone fascinating to watch. He's an ex-FBI hostage negotiator and wrote a book. I like Chase, too. Chase's video on PsyOps was really good. Yeah, I don't like that name either. Trinity Broadcasting. I bet he could be seen in some of Megan or Joe's videos, right? Saturday night, Janice says, I was with Christina during that time that Scott was close by Saturday night. Watched how HTC personally hurt me. She says John never finished the degree. I know, I still have to watch those. All right, you guys ready for the text? Dun, dun, dun. Again, this has been verified that it did come from Lauren. March 13th of this year. If you have any screenshots or anything you'd like to email me, the mods can put my email in the chat. I promise that you will remain anonymous. I just ask for proof to show it, you know, it came from her or whatever, and that has been going well. They're starting to trickle in, guys. I think people are scared to, you know, speak out, but Saturday night was the night of the Clue Awards. Okay, so Lauren says on Tuesday, March 13th at 9:08 p.m. Ugh, I love Ashleigh, but I have serious ethical issues with the behavior panel. There's no such thing as a body language expert. And so are you, and so are you, and so is blank. It sort of means I'm not a psychologist, but I can call myself an armchair psychologist, aka body language expert. You have incredible nerve to even question credentials when your husband is scrubbed from the internet, sympathizes with Brian Koberger, and you're here talking about ethical issues? Right, Gron? What a joke. It sort of means I'm not a psychologist, but I can call myself an armchair psychologist. Kind of like how your husband's a marriage counselor, but he calls himself a forensic psychologist. Kind of like that. More projection. If they got more right, I'd have more respect. But they get so much wrong and read into things that they simply shouldn't, claiming to be experts, which is upsetting to me. She's unbelievable, especially after just watching that Koberger thing. When you watch a Gabby Petito Moab body cam video and decide Gabby is the instigator, you sort of lose all credibility in my book. Nonetheless, they are popular. I don't think that they labeled Gabby as an instigator. I'm pretty sure they labeled Gabby as the victim. So I think she's spreading false information. And I'm not saying, Kooky, that they can't be wrong. I don't know what they're doing, but it just shows the hypocrisy. Watts the Obsession says, oh my God, she can F off as always. I'm a behavioral therapist. There is totally science behind analyzing body language. They never claimed to be human lie detectors. That was all CrimeCon propaganda. Right. That's why I made, mention of what they've done at CrimeCon, like how infiltrated they are and that, they're doing all this hoopla, if you will. Now, let's take it a step further. Okay. We literally have Lauren discrediting them completely. Right? We can agree on that. She's totally discrediting them, saying it's junk. Basically, it's a scam. They're not real. They got no credibility, etc., etc. Then you've got her friend, Hendricks. Susan Hendricks. We watched some of her yesterday. We figured out by watching Susan Hendricks that she kind of is the, she brings these people in for CrimeCon. I don't know how much she has to do with the guests, but she was put in charge of getting the victims there. Remember, she had to talk the victims into it because they were hesitant or whatever. They were like, I don't know if I want to do that. It's good to see you too, Kelly. I remember that the first video they did paint Gabby as a manipulator and Brian as a good guy. It was ugly. Oh my gosh. Jay, her shit talking is wild. This is March 13th, and then she's on Ashleigh's podcast April 3rd. Huh. His services are too far broad. I agree with that. Effin' Chase Hughes was a gosh dang Navy SEAL. Put some respect on his name. Patrick's pissed. Then she went on Ashleigh Wright. And I'm going to show you some history with her and Ashleigh. So back to Susan Hendricks. Susan Hendricks is very infiltrated with CrimeCon. She's their helper, their little worker bee, if you will. And how is this going to look for Susan Hendricks if she co-signs Lauren Matthias, who is literally discrediting, saying that the behavior panel's no good, right? But then you've got them doing things, making money for CrimeCon. So who's going to take precedence at CrimeCon? Are they going to want Lauren even? I mean, she's sitting here saying they have ethical issues. I don't know. Maybe CrimeCon should know about this, because if you have a true crime creator out here who's attending CrimeCon and is friends with one of the facilitators, if you will, Susan Hendricks, and she's saying that these people aren't even real, why the fuck would I want to pay for a thing with them? It might look like she has some inside scoop that they're fake because she's so close with Susan. This could get messy. Could it not? I mean, you look at their friendship, all their videos together, and then she says this, and then CrimeCon's going to want her there. I don't know. And then, yeah, Web Sleuth versus Ramsey, you've got that whole deal. I'm not saying I'm for CrimeCon, but CrimeCon is going to go on whether we like it or not, okay? Whether it's run by Mormons, whether it's run by Catholics, it doesn't matter. The CrimeCon is going to go on. They're going to have it every year. But do we want people that are friends with the facilitators saying that the people they're presenting and doing workshops are not legit? At least the BP corrects their mistakes. Lauren does a 9-hour double Dutch hoedown when she gets exposed for her shenanigans. Well, it makes it look like she's got the inside scoop. Right, Lindsay. So if this were to get out, is what I'm saying, like this is out here now, I think that they would care, because these workshops, people are paying for. Lauren ain't worth nothing to CrimeCon. CrimeCon would probably like Lauren there because it brings interest, even if it's negative interest. It's not faked at Sarah. I already said I wouldn't show it unless I saw proof of where it came from. The behavior panel make it known that they've learned about body language, etc., are just tools. Like any tool, they're not fail-safe. Right. And they do preface that. Don't forget, it was a lady, Orange County, California detective that warned Christina that Lauren and her gang were following her. That lady was only there to win an award. Oh, that's right. See, I view Lauren's text here about behavior panel as one-sided because Lauren disagrees with one take of theirs. Thank you, Unsolved Amy. Chase H. is also a neuroscientist. He went to Harvard. Thank you for being here for 2 months. I don't know. Where'd she get the speaker's badge? Did she have a speaker's badge? I don't know. Oh, yeah, the vendor. Ooh, that was gross. That was really gross. Hi, everyone. The Ramsey thing is what made me unsub from Web Sleuths. I can see why. But I think these are the mild texts. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, they have the Clue Awards. Is whose last name spelled correctly? What are you talking about? Whose? No, whoever had this saved spelled it wrong. AIS. You're right. Good eye, Jada. Maybe the panel should evaluate Lauren. That's what I think. It was a retired male detective from California that warned Lindsay they were being followed. Lauren's judging credibility is hilarious. Lauren said she completed a thing at Harvard. Oh, there are anti-M. I'm sure of it. But it's just like there's no one spared. Okay, we're going to end the poll. It ended at 90%, and we're going to watch some of her and Ashleigh. We're going to go back. Let's see. Here, we'll watch this. This is another one of Scott Rouse and Greg Hartley. This is from this year. This is Nate Eaton. We'll watch this. I'm going to get another poll up.
We are backstage at CrimeCon. You might recognize these guys. They're calling you guys half of the behavior panel. Yeah. The behavior pair.
The
we
good
have
half.
the good half, the better looking, younger, all that.
Yeah.
Scott and Greg are here. So tell me what you guys are doing at CrimeCon this year, Scott.
Oh, we're mostly meeting people.
Yeah.
Meet a lot of people, which is fun. It's always a blast. And then we have a thing at 5:30. I think we have what's the thing we're doing for that?
No, we just got to sign a bunch of stuff, meet some people. Then we have the 5:30 and then a meet and greet. And the meet and greet will be going and literally just saying hi to everybody. But we got a 1 hour session about a really good case.
Yeah, can you give us a preview?
Yeah, so the guy killed his mistress, and he is caught on body cam in the act, not in the act of the actual.
Okay, so these guys actually bring value to CrimeCon, if you will. Like if you like CrimeCon, this is the kind of shit you want to hear about. Okay? I mean, let's face it. These guys are doing meet and greets. These guys are doing workshops and everything else. I just don't think it's a good look for Susan Hendrick's friend to say they're not legit. You know what I mean?
Actual crime, but in the act of telling them what happened and lying through his teeth. And it's a beautiful one.
And you guys are going to analyze it, analyze his behavior?
Yeah, which is one of our
And I don't know if they believe Don Wells. I think they are just like anybody else. When they interview someone, you have to play a certain role to get people to talk. If they sat there and said, Don, we don't believe you, you're full of shit, do you think Don would have sat there? No. This guy, Scott Rouse, is trained in the Reed technique. They're like, and he's like an interrogation specialist or whatever. Like he's certified in interrogations. So they're not going to sit there and give their opinion while they're, analyzing or interviewing or talking to someone. You know what I mean? They're going to act like they believe you so that you'll talk. They can't give their opinions. Because I guarantee you they didn't believe a damn thing that Don or Candace Wells had to say.
favorite things is the body cam, because a lot of times we focus hard, of course, on the person, the suspect, but the police officers also tell us a lot as well. We're just standing around watching this guy say what happened. So that's my favorite part of it, actually.
Oh, good, Karen. Thanks, Karen. She put it on X. I also added them in this video. I just think they should know, because Lauren has a very pretty big reach. Not as big as theirs, but she's got a pretty big reach, and she's friends with the girl that's helping facilitate CrimeCon. It's not a good look.
I want to ask each of you, what is it about these cases that gets 7,000 people to pay money and come to an event like this? Why are we fascinated with crime?
Well, I think if you look around, the demographic is most
7,000 people. Thanks for subbing up, Birdie. 7,000 people times how much is it?
Women, and I think a lot of times they don't want to be taken advantage of, and this is an opportunity to think about it. I jokingly say women like true crime because they either want to know how to identify somebody who's dangerous or how to get rid of the body.
What about you?
I agree with you. They want to learn something because women get taken advantage of a lot, and they're looking for little things that will help them when they're meeting someone. My thing is always focused on psychopathy, on psychopaths, you know. So they want to learn what to look for when they start relationships with someone or meet someone. Is there someone in my family who might be a psychopath or a high-end clinical narcissist? Those are things they want to know, and we can point those things out so they'll go, I'm not wrong. That is what's going on. So it doesn't it doesn't progress to something that's a problem for them.
Are there any cases you guys are keeping an eye on?
Well, we always want to see the Koberger thing and anything we can learn. We just met a relative of Lori Daybell who said you guys are spot on with your analysis of her. So beautiful to hear from an insider when we're doing it from arm's length.
Oh, yeah. What about you? Any other cases?
Who did we talk to? We talked to somebody from what was the case we met the interrogator from that?
Richard Allen.
Delphi.
Delphi.
Yeah, so that was really interesting because he's like, you guys, you hit it right on the money. It was the guy that was actually talking to him. Yeah. So that was really interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, really like that.
Did they analyze Richard Allen? I don't think I've ever seen that.
Very good. Anything you want to add?
No, watch us. The Behavior Panel.
Yeah, Behavior Panel?
I'm watching Nate.
Well, yeah.
Always watch Nate.
Well, thank you. And you've got your own channel too, Scott.
Yeah, it's called Behavior X, and it's I mostly do. And I took one of your videos that you did with Lori Daybell. How was that? How was she? Because we haven't talked about that.
She was interesting, and
Okay, so they analyzed, or Scott did, Lori Vallow Daybell's interview with Nate Eaton. So I'm sure that ticked Lauren off too, because she didn't get the interview with Lori.
no one knows this. I haven't reported this. I just toured the prison she's at now yesterday. Yeah. And apparently she saw me. She sent me an email about an hour ago, and she said, you didn't look up through the door. I was looking at you, and you didn't see me. So we email back and forth. But anyway, she has an interesting personality. I watched your guys' analysis on that too, and she's a fascinating person to try to figure out.
Is that clock still broken in that room where you did the interview?
I think so. Yeah, I walked in, and that's one of the first thing we noticed because I only had 20 minutes with her. Yeah. So I want to look at the clock. I'm like, the clock is broken, so that means I get unlimited time. But they didn't agree with that. Yeah. Wow. Anybody, if you could interview any criminal right now, who would it be? Koberger?
Jeffrey McDonald for me.
Okay.
The Vision Quest killer, 1960s. Somebody broke in his house, killed his family, wrote in blood on the walls right around the time of Manson. He's always said he didn't do it. He's in prison for life.
Okay, interesting.
I'd want Koberger because I understand. I think we're dealing with autism there and psychopathy, and those two together. Because a lot of times psychopathy is they'll say, oh, it's just someone on the spectrum. In this case, I'm not laughing. It's not funny, but you have both of those wrapped into one, and it is fascinating. I think it's why everybody likes it because they go, I recognize that. Why was that familiar to me? And you say, well, this is autism, and then you see psychopathy, and because they'll know someone that has one of the two, as horrible as that sounds. Right. And so they feel familiar with it. The look, his mannerisms, all those things that seem odd, they're firing off things in your brain going, I know what that is. I've seen this before. And I think that's why it's one of the reasons the horrible crime is why it's so popular. But one of the things people are really interested in him from the body language.
Elaine, I know this is going to be an unpopular opinion, but I think Nate Eaton is so taken with Lori, it's unreal. Interesting take.
Is the familiarity, and I think that's why they're connecting with it. So that'd be my favorite one to do. What about you?
Fascinating.
Yeah, for you.
Koberger or Chad Daybell. We've talked to Lori. I want to talk to Chad.
You could do it.
Well, I don't know. We'll see.
We'd love to
He's
see
kind of
videos.
quiet. Okay, if I interview him, you guys then analyze it.
Right, Lindsay, me too. He's like, oh no, it wouldn't be Koberger. It's not going to be. They didn't pick trending cases, right? I think it's sick that Nate is in contact with her. Wow, you guys don't think journalists should write to prisoners, huh? That's crazy. We've had so many do it. I love how the times are changing, though. You know what I'm saying? I wonder which came first, Nate writing to Lori or Lauren allegedly writing to Lori. I don't think he's taken by her. I think it's all clicks and views. I think Nate was just very integrated into the case. I mean, he's the one that went to Hawaii and got that breaking story and, was walking alongside them and everything. I think he was just very integrated into the case. I don't know. It is a blurry line, M. Spacebird. I agree with that. I just think the true crime was different before it blew up in the internet and stuff. Because where did everybody chat about it? Web sleuths? You know what I'm saying? Now people have more opinions and the victims are out there, you know, right in our face on YouTube. We didn't have that before. There might have been a blurb, you know, in the evening news. No one will hate you for liking Nate. I've always liked Nate. I bet Vinny won't have her back on. I like Vinny. I like Vinny too. Thank you, Judy. Everybody has, you know, the reasons why they like watching people. I like Ashleigh. I like Vinny. I don't take Vinny too serious. Is my mic low? It's low. Hold on. Okay, that should be better. Gigi told us she wrote to Lori and even sent her stamps in hopes she wrote back. Lori never wrote back but took the stamps. Haha. Gigi thought it was funny. Yeah, I had no desire. I never once thought of writing to Lori Vallow, ever. Never crossed my mind. It's never crossed my mind. Nate is just doing his job. Nate might have kept his religion out of it, but not quite. You can't look at his buzzed hair and not think Mormon. Vinny drives me nuts. Yeah. I like Vinny on Court TV more so than his own show. And I like Ashleigh on her own show versus News Nation because I hate News Nation. But did you guys see Ashleigh is no longer on News Nation? She has left News Nation in a agreement in doing her own podcast first. I just think it's a very bad look for CrimeCon, whether it's real or not. Ashleigh B. leaving News Nation is going to build up her YouTube channel. Yeah. Aquarius says it sounds like Nate has fallen under Lori's spell. Yeah, exactly. Cat's name is Karen. You got it right.
And I've said this before, but when you did your interview with her, man, have you seen that yet? The way you kept her right here without her getting mad, without her taking over, dude, and keeping it within that time limit of your interview, God, that was
with that personality type, and for you to be able to keep her just.
Oh, and they're praising him for the interview. I'm sure Lauren hated hearing this.
Always on and not taking over is powerful.
I don't, and no offense, and you know a lot, but I don't think you know how hard that was because it looks so. People who do things well, it looks easy, dude. That was tough, and you may not realize that it may be so natural for you, but my gosh, it was so. You had it right there.
So it wasn't natural.
How did it feel to you? Because that's the key: is knowing how to go far enough without going too far.
I just knew that she was going to do what she did and try to go all over the place. So it's like get her back, get her back, and I didn't want her to walk out upset. So as you said, it's kind of a balancing act, and that is why I started with Happy Birthday. I don't know if you remember. It was her birthday, and I think she was surprised that I knew it was her birthday. And it may have kind of caught her off guard a little, like this is going to be friendly-ish, but not, you know.
How weird that he interviewed her on her birthday.
No,
yeah. She's still keeping in touch. She must like it.
I guess so.
The reason being, she wants to be on camera. She wants to come back. So there's your invitation, dude.
We'll see. Idaho doesn't allow cameras in the prisons. Arizona did. Oh. But we can Zoom. We can Skype.
I would say go to Florida if you're going to commit a crime. We need the footage.
Right, I know. All of them. All right. The behavior.
Wait, what did he say? If you're going to commit a crime, do it in Florida? No, dude. We don't need no more down here.
Dude.
We'll see. Idaho doesn't allow cameras in the prisons. Arizona did. Oh. But we can Zoom. We can Skype.
I would say go to Florida if you're going to commit a crime. We need the footage.
Right, I know. All of them. All right. The behavior panel. Check them out. They've done some good work here. And enjoy CrimeCon, guys.
Thanks, man.
Good seeing you.
All right. Well, there's that. So now we're going to go back. We're going to flip over to Miss Ashleigh Banfield. And we're going to go back 3 years. These are short clips, by the way. This is Lauren and Ashleigh.
She is the host of the Hidden True Crime podcast. She's been following this case from the beginning. You know Idaho well. It's kind of like your backyard as well.
Yet another completely different look. Completely different look. This is the date on this one is going to be, this is about Kohberger, December the 19th, 2022. And I'm surprised. I didn't realize how many times she was actually on News Nation. She was on there a lot.
I want to ask you a question that, look, I have lived in a small town, and I know the feeling sometimes of a small town. And when federal agents show up in a small town, it can bristle people. And I wondered, now that we know that the surveillance search or the information search has now branched out to like 24 miles away into those other small towns like Troy, how do the folks in rural Idaho or in those smaller towns, how do they like it when federal agents show up and start asking questions? Are they helpful? Do they support the police no matter what level or what badge they're wearing? Or might they run into roadblocks and find this a difficult effort to try to extract information from folks far-flung?
Great questions you have there, Ashleigh. You know what's interesting is I would say you're exactly right.
Look here. Lauren Matthias, host, Hidden True Crime Podcast, former Idaho reporter. She was in her glory. In her glory.
Right, typically, right. Typically, you nailed it with the small towns. They're not going to like outsiders, federal agents coming in. When it comes to this crime and this case, I think they're going to welcome it.
I feel like someone who changes their look this much does not know who they are. She's trying to find out who she is and she can't find herself.
I think, how many students are going to come back to the, University of Idaho if they don't solve this? How many people are going to be looking at this?
Oh, someone said, is she trying to get the Lori Vallow look with the ombre? With the ends orange. Total ass kisser.
This police department, if they don't arrest someone or solve this horrendous crime. The good news is the FBI has been involved from the very beginning. It's always been a bit of a multi-agency investigation. That's going to be in their favor. People are already used to the FBI a bit, but expanding, bringing more in, it's going to be overwhelming to the residents. But I really do think when it comes to this case and this crime, they're going to welcome this and they're going to be willing to talk and willing to help.
Look, I'm really glad for that. People have to support the police in this effort, even if they're frustrated and angry and they don't think that they're getting far. You have got to do everything when they come knocking, no matter what your political views might be. So the other question I have for you, and I don't know if you're going to have the answer, but I wonder what your gut tells you. When I heard they're moving 24, miles out and maybe even further, I thought two things instantly and simultaneously. Oh my God, they don't have anything. And they're going farther in a desperate search for anything. And then I corrected myself right away and I thought, oh, they're onto something. They're following a trail. They got a trail and it's taking them that way. What's your gut on that, Lauren?
The exact same thoughts you have had. Again, you just said what everybody's thinking. They either have nothing, so they're expanding their search because they've done all they can in Moscow, or they have a trail and they're following it. Clearly, this car that you've mentioned, this Elantra, is everything, right? And I think you also posed the same questions we all have, Ashleigh, which is this someone they just want to question? Because, and I love that you asked that question to Brian, because why haven't they come forward? Or is this a suspect? Great questions. We're all asking them. And I think it's the same with them expanding this search. Do they have something? Is there a trail? Or are they expanding because nothing, absolutely nothing? Because we're all waiting to find out.
Because the trail's going cold in Moscow? Or
oh, she's just loving this. Okay, here's the next one. She was on here a lot.
Matthias, she's the host of the Hidden True Crime Podcast. Lauren, our first theory comes from a person named Olivia. She says that she thinks the attack was random. Let's take a listen.
Hi, it's Olivia from the True Crime Society podcast. My theory on the Moscow murders is that it could possibly have been a random act of violence. Maybe someone saw the girls leaving the party or the bar where they were at. Maybe they saw them at the food truck, followed them home and somehow gained access to the house. I know that they've said there was a numerical keypad that was needed to enter the house, but perhaps there was a sliding door left unlocked or something like that, and they went in and just took the opportunity that they found. I've heard some similarities between this case and the 1978 murders conducted by Ted Bundy in the sorority house, where he broke in and he murdered 2 women and injured 4 others, which I do agree, this type of case could be something similar and just totally random.
All right, Lauren, what do you think about what Olivia just said?
It's a solid speculation from Olivia, but I want to point out that they all had multiple stab wounds and it was very violent, and that usually shows rage, which means they likely know the victim. So to have 4 separate people in their beds, possibly, but I lean towards more targeted, and it sounds like law enforcement believe that as well right now.
Okay, so Stephanie is another.
What do you know? You know nothing. She definitely had a nose job after this, in my opinion. Nose job, top lip filled. She looks totally different. Shape of her face, eyebrows, eyes, hair, everything.
theorist, and she has something that leads more to what you're saying about somebody got rejected, possibly. Have a listen.
Hey guys, it's Stephanie from the True Crime Society podcast, and what I think could have happened is the girls went out that night, they went out drinking, they were probably just out dancing, having fun, having a good time. Someone could have approached them and expressed interest in them, was flirting with them. Maybe the girls turned this person down and they took that very personally, were angry about it and decided to follow the girls home, maybe followed them to that food truck that they were seen at, and then followed them to their house where they could have just waited outside until it seemed like everyone was asleep, and then got in through a back door, window or something, since the front door had that keypad, and it just seems like it was a really angry, passionate crime. So that's what I feel like could have happened.
Okay, Lauren, what do you think about what Stephanie said?
I think what Stephanie is leaning towards is something I lean towards, perhaps a rejected male. I think that a motive like that is something that a lot of the internet sleuths and true crime detectives are looking at right now, especially with the food truck video and other people that might have been around them that night.
Okay, and we're getting other...
I think they gave her a script too. Thank you, Salty. Wow, Lowen. You're just over the place. You're just all over the place when questioned. Isn't she? You guys, the turkeys. Thank you, Pines, for your super chat. She said, I have said from the moment you started covering HTC, identity crisis in full effect. Yeah, agree. Agree. I like her nose prior. I thought she was really pretty, like, before she did anything to her face.
Other comments saying possibly a stalker from Green 19. Listen, I've got some breaking news that's coming in. It's coming off the printer right now. I think the police are giving an update. So I'm going to go to break. And when we come back, I'm going to get that to our audience. We're back right after this. Police released a timeline very early on for Ethan Chapin and Xana Kernodle. And it showed them at a frat.
They really used her a lot for the Idaho case. Let's see. We've got this one. That one. We got 4 more. No, we got a whole bunch. Oh my God. Ruby Frankie, she talks about. All right, let's just keep going. We're just going to zip through these.
At party from 8 to 9 p.m., but then nothing until 1:45 a.m. when they returned home. So if you do the math, that is a gaping 4-hour and 45-minute hole in the timeline for where these two were. Last week, we pointed that out on this show. And then this week, more than 3 weeks after the murders, the police began asking the public for information about that gap in the timeline, saying, help us determine where this couple was in that 4 hours, 45 minutes. Do you have video? Did you see them? Do you have audio? Can you help us place this timeline? And then curiously, this happened today. The Idaho Statesman newspaper, again, they reported the following. Kernodle and Chapin were at a party at the Sigma Chi house for the full duration. From about 9 p.m. to 1:45 a.m., police have established. Police have established? No, they haven't. At least they sure aren't telling us what they might be telling the Idaho Statesman. They just asked us for help figuring out where they were for that 4 hours and 45 minutes. This just seems totally bizarre to us, given that they haven't released anything official regarding this timeline, right? So what did we do? Of course, we went back to the police and we asked the police if something had changed. Were they no longer in need of our assistance in helping to determine where Ethan and Xana were? Did the Statesman get something important that the rest of the media wasn't told? So now there's 2 messages out there? Okay, so here's what we got. We got an email, and we got it late today from what's being called the Moscow communications team. I hadn't heard that before, but that's new. And this is the quote that they gave us. Moving forward, we will not be doing reviews of the case process or answering any questions about previously released information. That's not helpful. And then, in their latest public recap that was issued today, something different. Police said the couple was, quote, believed to be at the frat party all night, but still wanted more information about, quote, interactions and contacts and direction and method of travel. Are you confused? Because I am. Joining me now is Lauren Matthias, host of the podcast called Hidden True Crime. She's also a former broadcast journalist from East Idaho, and she's been following this case since the beginning with us. Lauren, get me off the ledge. What part of this do you know? Because I don't think it's appropriate to ask the public for help about something really important and then not clear it up when there's a very large newspaper reporting that it's all good now. Nothing to see here. Police have established they think they were at the party all night, so let's not worry about it. No, there was a public appeal just a couple of days ago. Help us. There's a big, important time.
Okay. This date on this one, December 10th, 2022.
We need to figure out. What are you hearing in Idaho?
Yeah, I want to say not just something really important, something really.
What are you hearing in Idaho? Okay. Now I'm seeing the angle she used to get on this show. I was a reporter in Idaho. I was a reporter in Boise. They thought that they were getting some inside knowledge from her. I betcha. What are you hearing in Idaho? Bitch don't live in Idaho. Read her book, Ashley. Her coworkers don't hang with her no more. What are you hearing in Idaho? Give me a break.
Important for it. No, there was a public appeal just a couple of days ago. Help us. There's a big important timeline we need to figure out. What are you hearing in Idaho?
Yeah, I want to say not just something really important 4 weeks into the investigation, right? I've talked to a mother, I've communicated with a mother whose son is friends with Ethan. Her son went to
You communicated with a mother whose son is friends with Ethan? Who? Who is it? Did they interview this person? Did she interview this mother of Ethan's friend? Is this even real?
to the funeral. Her son, she says, also received a text from Ethan around 2, and he felt he was at the Sigma Chi house. Well, that woman called the police and gave him this tip. This was over a week ago, so this could have changed. But then when we spoke, she had not heard from police, and she thought at 2 he was at the Sigma Chi house.
You know, here's my question.
And why is she? I'm having mic issues again. You must be behind, Anders. But now she's saying that Ethan was at the frat house at 2 a.m. No, this was in December 10th, 2022. I mean, did she really interview someone?
People want to be confident, right? Parents are desperate for confidence in this investigation. I think the people of Moscow who are afraid of a maniacal killer who's out there, they want to be confident that the police
probably aren't
Lindsay Keystone cops in all of this. They want to be confident that maybe it's just a messaging problem, you know. But I don't work there and I don't live there, and I know that you
oh
do.
My
Have
God.
you had issues with messaging?
Was Lauren trying to emulate Ashleigh at this point? Look at the hair. She's gone through stages where she tries to emulate others.
Messaging and policing there before. Is this something people shouldn't worry about? Even though I think in a situation this serious, this stuff is important.
Here's where I think messaging is an issue when it comes to Idaho. Idaho is quite rural. Boise is the largest population. But when everything's typical, I think that they embrace the news. When all of a sudden you have a case that's worldwide and you haven't made an arrest, and it's going to affect the school and admissions. And what are they afraid of? I don't think they know how to handle this. And they do need a good communication line, but I'm also very concerned about the investigation too. I'm with you, Ashley. I'm absolutely with you. What are they doing? And why isn't this getting better, right? Why is it not getting better?
Why is it not getting better, right? We're tomorrow it's going to be a month, and that's devastating. It's devastating to the parents, and it's frustrating to the community, and it's upsetting to everybody else who cares deeply about this story. And
did she say, I know you live there?
Where I think messaging is an issue when it comes
to confident that the police aren't Keystone cops in all of this. They want to be confident that maybe it's just a messaging problem, you know. But I don't work there and I don't live there, and I know that you do. Have you had issues with messaging and police?
Wow. Did she tell Ashley she fucking lived there now? Or did she just use the past? That's the question of the day. That is the question of the day. Thank you, Harmon. I'm glad you enjoy it.
There before is this something people shouldn't worry about? Even though I think in a situation this serious, this stuff is important.
Here's where I think messaging is an issue when it comes to Idaho. Idaho is quite rural. Boise is the largest population. But when everything's typical, I think that they embrace the news. When all of a sudden you have a case that's worldwide and
that is wild.
You're not arrest, you haven't made an arrest, and it's going to affect the school
freaking lied
and
to them.
admissions.
Yeah.
And what are they afraid of?
Wow.
I don't think they know how to handle this. And they
see what I mean when you put all this together, how messy this bitch is. This isn't just, I mean, we got victims she's messy with. We've got creators who are making CrimeCon money she's being messy with. This isn't just minor, petty bullshit.
A good communication line, but I'm also very concerned about the investigation too. I'm with you, Ashley. I'm absolutely with you. What are they doing, and why isn't this getting better, right? Why is it not getting better?
Why is it not getting better, right? We're tomorrow it's going to be a month, and that's devastating.
Why is it not getting better? Right. It's not just messy, it's diabolical. Lauren is Idaho. Right, Angela Lester? She didn't correct her. So that's that.
Devastating to the parents, and it's frustrating to the community, and it's upsetting to everybody else who cares deeply about this story and about the lives of these kids, and that there's justice for them. Lauren Matthias, thank you for that. Really appreciate it. Something horrible happened in Excelsior Springs, and
okay, so here's another one with Lauren. This one is going to be also 3 years ago. This is about the Blue Barrel killer, Timothy Hazlitt. October 18th, 2022. This is even earlier than the Koberger one.
that horrible let itself out into the neighborhood. Accusations that a man was holding at least one woman in a torture chamber in his basement. And when she got free, she ran to the neighbors. I said that neighbor is Lisa Johnson, and she was joining us for her very first television
I have
interview.
another
We're
question.
having a problem with her connect.
I have another question, though. If John is the expert, why isn't he ever giving an opinion on these shows? You know? Wouldn't they be using the guy with credentials for some things? Maybe once?
Connection right now. We're still working on it. And also with me is Lauren Matthias, who is the host of the Hidden True Crime podcast, who has been working on this story as well. So,
oh my God. So she looks different here. This was October. The other ones were December. Kevin Ledford, welcome to Cooterville. Come on in and cross your legs.
So while we're working on Lisa's connection, Lauren, tell me a little bit about the condition that this woman was in when she showed up at that neighbor's door.
Absolutely, absolutely. And Lisa was so wonderful. The woman ran to Lisa, and Lisa called 911, and then the woman actually went to Sierra Tharp's home. I interviewed Sierra Tharp, and Sierra Tharp told me that the woman came to her door. She had duct tape around her neck. She was wearing a dog collar with a padlock on her neck that she couldn't get off. The police actually had to get that off. That she was emaciated. She was starving. She was wearing latex and a trash bag, was hardly wearing anything. That Sierra's grandmother gave her a blanket as well as muffins that she just devoured while they waited for police to arrive to help.
I know that some of the details say that Lisa, did a quick scan and thought she looked to be about 70 pounds and that she also looked as though she was dehydrated and she could barely whisper. She said it was extremely...
Oh, hey, Nutmeg. This is for you.
Your mama's high, bitch. Get out of my chat.
Off when she said, help me. But just to clear up for me, Lisa Johnson is the first neighbor who encounters this woman on her doorstep. And as I understand it, she said, I'm going to call 911 right away. And that terrified this woman who said, he'll kill us. He'll kill us all if you do that. And then she ran to another neighbor.
That is what Lisa has said. But according to Sierra Tharp, when she arrived at her door, she said, help me, call 911, which they then did. He's going to kill me. He's going to kill me. And then she actually also said, my other friends didn't make it. They were murdered. And this is according to Sierra Tharp in an interview with me the day after they rescued her. They took her in. And the reason she was whispering, Lisa is...
I bet Dateline didn't check his creds.
Absolutely right.
Dateline doesn't give a fuck.
She had ligature marks on her neck, and police could not get the collar off until they unlocked it, and it was restricting her breathing. It was that hot. It was that tight. Yeah. And she had apparent physical injuries all over her back, where the probable cause actually states that she was whipped while in this torture chamber, homemade torture chamber.
And I think that's one of the descriptions that the latex that she was wearing had cuts in it, and that the witness described, saying she had no idea how you could make those cuts. They didn't come from being hit. They were lashes, open wounds on her arm. Is it assumed that
this was in Missouri? Is that what I heard? Missouri? Why was she in Missouri? Dude, look they're getting credit for the video and shit. Why was she in Missouri? Isn't Missouri the home of the LDS church? Help. Why was she there? Yep, that's why Dr. John said he was retired or whatever, fucking disabled. Why was she in Missouri? The next day. How would she have gotten there so fast? Yes, why was she in Missouri? Pines, are you Mormon? Lauren lives in Missouri? That's where Joseph Smith was in jail? Huh, they had an inside scoop on this one. No, Missouri is the main hub.
the lashes were from the whippings, or were there other injuries as well from other forms of torture?
According to the probable cause, she said that she had been whipped several times and they could see the marks all over her body. And then they did state in the probable cause she was indeed whipped. She had explained that she had been raped multiple times, beaten, and she was clearly starved, according to Lisa's account. That she was.
Who killed Joseph Smith?
Perhaps 70 pounds. This is a 22-year-old woman. So that's shocking to hear that Lisa thought that she looked about 70 pounds and that she did devour. I mean, think about that too, devouring muffins while having your.
Was this the lady in the shed, you guys? Maria says, I watched body cam footage on this. The police freed her from the chain she was attached to. Lauren is lying. He was killed in prison. Oh, wow. You think it was on Facebook? Oh, she was in a basement. Yeah, I don't remember this one.
Restricted breathing. She was that hungry, and that she had been, my word is torture. That's not from the probable cause, but I'll say it. It seemed to be that she had been tortured for about a month because she said that she had been taken at the beginning of September.
I don't either, Bo.
Oh. So she also mentioned that 2 of her friends had been killed by this man. Timothy Hazlitt is her accusation. So curious about the police activity at the home and what they've found, because they have not said, to my knowledge, that they've discovered human remains of these 2 other young women.
Right. They have not said that they have found evidence of other victims, but they haven't said that they have not found evidence of other victims. And what's fascinating is that 2 weeks before this woman escaped her captor, Timothy Hazlitt Jr., Bishop Tony Caldwell from the Kansas City metro area went on TikTok and said, there is a serial killer targeting Black women.
Wait a minute. Bishop? Is he a bishop of the Catholic Church or the Mormon Church? What is he? What is she talking about? Bishop Tony Caldwell from the Kansas City metro area? What does he have to do with this?
Area went on TikTok and said, there is a serial killer targeting Black women in our neighborhood. The Jr. This woman escaped her captor, Timothy Hazlitt Jr. Bishop Tony Caldwell from the Kansas City metro area went on TikTok and said, there is a serial killer targeting Black women in our neighborhood. The Kansas City Defender shared that information, and other local papers, as well as the Kansas City.
This is another Mormon thing she was involved in? What? They were on the Timothy Hazlitt story before they even found this lady? What? Oh my God. This is weird.
The police shot that down so quickly. They said this is absolutely unfounded. 2 weeks later, this woman, she was a Black woman. She escaped this house, this basement dungeon that he had made. For the probable cause says he made this basement bedroom or basement bedroom where she was kept. And she stated to
Mormon bishops are going on TikTok, but they can't drink a beer, but they can go on TikTok. Okay.
Sarah Tharp, my other friends didn't make it. And then police, as well as the FBI and other agencies, were at this property with cadaver dogs and multiple people for 3 days. They concluded their investigation by putting that chain link fence around the house that you see there. That's put up by the city. That wasn't there before, as well as boarded up his entire residence. They have not stated. Oh, go ahead.
I was going to ask you, Lauren, about, I think I read that there might have been some blue barrels that were at this residence that are no longer at this residence. Do you know anything about that?
Can you tell me why she brought up a bishop from Kansas City? What does he have to do with this case? This is what I want to know. What does Mormon bishops have to do with this rape kidnap case? Other than he spoke out and said that he thought there was a serial killer. Why would she bring that up? Oh, he's black? He's probably then Baptist or something. He's not a Mormon bishop. She's not very clear. She's just like, Bishop. It's like, God damn. Slow the fuck down and tell us who you're talking about.
Yes, there were probably about a dozen blue barrels that you could see them taking out of the yard and out of the house. And I'll say, I don't know if there were any in the house, but during the search, you could see several outside of the house. And there's actually video of a cadaver dog hitting on one of those blue barrels. They haven't shared what is in those blue barrels. We don't know, but it's very peculiar. And Home Depot employees in Excelsior Springs did.
He reports on inner city violence in Kansas City metro area. She is all over the place. I don't even understand what the fuck she's talking about.
State that he came in often. Timothy Hazlitt came in often. He was not employed at this time. He hadn't been working for about 3 years, but he was a frequent visitor at Home Depot.
Well, they must have gotten this footage from him or something, because look, they're getting credit at the top of the screen for this footage. They don't have black bishops. Baptists don't have bishops. Oh, they don't. They don't let black people be bishops in 2025. Yuck. That's gross.
He had these blue barrels, and then he also worked on cars, and neighbors reported many tow truck visits to the house as well. And then they also mentioned
reported that he was a recluse who never opened his garage all the way.
A recluse? A recluse?
And then they also
reported that he was a recluse who never opened his garage all the way. I have to leave it there, Lauren, but let's continue to follow this to see what comes out of it. Such a disturbing story, and I'm so sorry that we couldn't get Lisa Johnson's connection up. We tried all the way through for the last 20 minutes, and it's just the bugaboos of live TV. But thank you, Lauren. Really appreciate you helping us through this. I want to turn now to Lauren Matthias. She's the host of the podcast.
Oh, my God. What the fuck? Now we have a completely different person. Who is this? This is Lauren Matthias? Oh, my God. This is December 9th, 2022. This is only like a day before she had the Wednesday look. What the heck?
True crime, and she's a former broadcast journalist from East Idaho as well. She's been following this case along with us since the beginning. You know, when I spotted those numbers...
How was her hair so... like, what? Just the day before. Up here. Wow. She looked like Wednesday, and then the next day, the day before, she looks like this.
Going down, and spotted that they were buried in the release. I mean, it was really hard to find that. That news has been public, I guess you could say, since last weekend, although impossible to pick up unless you read every inch of every single press release, even the stuff you'd read before. I wondered if they had let the families know beforehand. Do you have any idea, Lauren, if these families knew that there's already been a drawdown and officers assigned?
I don't know if family has known, but I do know that Kaylee's father has been very public with his, he's not happy that police, with their transparency. And I know that he's talked about hiring or has hired a personal investigator. But I do think also, I want to say that I do think it was intentional to release that on a weekend. But I want to say that I think it's typical. It's when you have a multi-agency investigation, it makes sense to bring everybody in. When you don't know so much, and then as information comes, to streamline resources and to and to figure out what you need and where. So I actually find it hopeful, perhaps, that maybe we're going on to the next phase of the investigation.
Maybe, they call it the analytics phase, and there's a lot of analytics that are going to need to be triangulated in this case. What Nancy Liu witnessed today and tonight with those 5 agents going through the house, I say agents, they could have been officers, we don't know who they were. My spidey senses suggest they're FBI, and with a Washington license plate, that would suggest field office. Do you have any sources on that?
I don't know who went in. I did see that.
This bitch! She made Ashley believe that she was there, dude. That she's got sources there that's given her info. Wow, what a scammer. She got herself on News Nation by lying. Ashley thinks she lives there, that she's getting this big scoop in Idaho. So we had the cowboys coming out of the house, right? That looked like FBI agents, and everybody was wondering, who are they? Who are those guys? And Ashley's like, what are your sources saying?
I don't know who they were. My spidey senses suggest they're FBI, and with a Washington license plate, that would suggest field office. Do you have any sources on that?
I don't know who went in. I did see that. I retweeted Nancy there. I thought that was...
You retweeted Nancy. She's like, what are your sources telling you? Well, my source is retweeting Nancy Grace,
so interesting. But, I don't know who it is, but I do know, according to that release, you pointed out that we do have fewer Moscow officials on this and more FBI.
Okay, according to the release that everybody saw, no source.
Typically, I know that usually it's Moscow police gathering the evidence. FBI hopefully is able to help them process the evidence. It is interesting that they seem to still be gathering evidence at the house. That's what it looks like to me there.
And they...
That's what it looked like to me there. They're gathering. Really? How profound and original. This is like...
Yeah, they're good.
So resourceful.
At this, right? You see how their body language is when they walk by Nancy and the bright cameras and the Klieg light? Yes. They know to shade their faces. Local police don't always do that. But the FBI, they've probably been through this once or twice. And I can only imagine that the additional officers, I think somebody in the control room can help me out with this, but I think there were maybe either 4 or 6 new FBI officers who were added to this case. And looky, we've got 5 new guys, maybe. It's possible. Oh, it was 5. There you go. We got the number. It was 5 new FBI officers who were added to this case, and we have 5 guys out there tonight going through the house. My thought is that they would need a guide. More than likely, they would need somebody who's been on it to sort of, give them the lay of the land. But that, to me, is just an intriguing piece of tape right there to see those folks. I got to ask you one other thing, Lauren.
I've got it at 1.25. Is it too fast?
When I cover these cases, and there's been a lot of them, there's a bit of a formula. I get it. The police hold things close to their vest. That's standard. They should. But I have never seen state TV like the way Putin releases things. State TV. Here's your clip. I had my guy interview me. You may not ask your own questions. You may not do follow-ups. I will give you the clips that are vetted, and I will send out state television. I have not seen that. And at a time when there's scrutiny, and there should be, it's odd. Am I just not in the right town? Is this the way things work in Idaho? Because I think not.
Is this the way things work in Idaho? Oh, my God. This is terrible. This is terrible. You guys.
No, I agree with you. I don't think this is the way it typically works. We haven't had a presser, for almost 2 weeks? I thought there was going to be one tomorrow, and now that looks like it's not true. And to be releasing these...
She's acting like, oh, is that usually how it goes in Idaho? Like she does all these press conferences, right?
Videos. Reporters can ask questions. It's a very different thing. Yes, do we see them? And the questions are scripted. They're saying what they want to say. It's very, very curious. And I also think it leads to speculation, some dangerous speculation in the true crime community. I'm really hoping that we see a press conference soon where reporters can ask the questions they want to ask.
Right. Exactly, because there's still a ton of questions I have for the folks, who are working this investigation. Stuff they can answer, stuff that they can answer that won't impede the investigation. Lauren, as always, it's good to have you. Thank you for giving us the perspective, especially from right there. It's important to know, what's going on.
Especially from right there? What the fuck? And look at her. She just sits there and, yep, that's me. I'm in Idaho. What a fucking liar.
Who are working this investigation, stuff they can answer, stuff that they can answer that won't impede the investigation. Lauren, as always, it's good to have you. Thank you for giving us the perspective, especially from right there. It's important to know, what's going on the ground. So much appreciated. We'll have you back. Thanks again. Thank you for watching.
Boots on the ground, Matthias. Boots on the fucking ground. I wish I had my Joe Rogan thing. What the fuck is this? Oh my gosh, this is crazy.
Everybody likes me, everybody hates me, they want me to go eat some worms.
I don't think she'll be collabing with Ashleigh anymore.
Go to newsnationnow.com to find News Nation on your television provider. And
next.
Don't forget to click the red subscribe button below to get more of News Nation's fact-driven, unbiased coverage.
Doomsday Mom, as she is known, and her cult leader husband are no longer a 2-for-1.
So she was on with Brian Enton. Check this out. She's got this on their channel. March 7th, 2023. She did a thing with Enton. Let's watch this.
As they get close to trial in a horrible and
We've
bizarre
got more
triple murder.
Ashleigh coming up, too. We've got 1, 2, 4. We actually have 4, and then a longer interview, which is kind of, Lauren's pretty bitchy in. So we'll get through these clippies, and then we'll do that one. Hey, Mellow Joe. I know. Pants on the ground.
Case, Lori Vallow and her husband, number 5, by the way, Chad Daybell, will stand trial separately. That's according to the judge.
Oh, this is right up her alley, too. Her Lori Vallow Daybell obsession.
Or split their trials. It's a twisted case that spins around money, religion, zombies, zombies, and the end of the world. I want to bring in Lauren Matthias. She is host of Hidden True Crime podcast and YouTube channel.
Hey,
thank you so much for being with us, Lauren. First of all, the trial's being separate now. Who does that actually help?
Okay, what's the date of this one? She's a redhead. March 7th, 2023. Jay, in my opinion, all this would have been around the time Lauren was linked up with good old Brandon Hobbs, Lori's defense investigator in Boise. Yeah, I'm familiar with Brandon. So March 7th, 2023, this is 3 months after Ashleigh. Yet again, looks like another person.
Lori or Chad?
I think it helps Chad most. Chad Daybell now is going to have more time to prepare, and he's going to be able to really point the finger at Lori, the mother of the 2 children who were killed in this absolute heinous act. And so he is going to be able to, I think, frame her a lot more easily now. She's the mother. He can have more time to prepare, and he's really going to be able to point that finger at her.
Do you think it's possible, Lauren, that they could turn on each other now, that the trials are separate? Could one of them think, this may work out better for me, and start testifying against the other?
From what I've seen, I think it's possible that they're already thinking about this. When it comes to Chad Daybell's attorney, John Pryor, he has stated in court that his defense, Chad's defense, is going to be a lot different than Lori Vallow Daybell's defense. In other words, I think that they realize that Chad's best defense would be to put that blame on his wife.
Interesting. So no cameras. I think that's where it stands right now. The judge is saying no cameras in the courtroom, but my understanding is the prosecution wants cameras, and this is still sort of unsettled. How do you think that plays out?
Not only do some people want cameras, the victims, Larry and Kay Woodcock, they want cameras. They have been here every step of the way seeking justice for JJ and Tylee. JJ is their biological grandson who she...
Here we go. Here she goes.
Allowed Lori to adopt, and they want cameras in the courtroom. They think that they have been there every step of the way. They want to see justice served, and they want to make sure that it is clear that there are cameras in the courtroom.
Yeah, and it sounds like if it's something that's important to the family, that's something that the judge should take into consideration. The way the couple lived, raised the kids, it's all so bizarre. Extreme religious views, belief in zombies, delusions about biblical end times. Will any of that sort of crazy stuff, do you think, make it into the trial? Or is this all just going to be focused on the physical evidence?
You know, that's a good question. I think that right now that's a debate. There's a question as to whether or not they can use the strange beliefs that these two both carried. And I think that the belief system would, while it would be interesting, and I do think that the belief system is a big part of this case and should be part of the trial. I've read 2 years of FOIA docs from Arizona, what they have, the evidence. Even without the religious beliefs, they have a strong case against both of them from the evidence that I've seen.
Yeah.
She read 2 years of FOIA docs. Who believes that?
It seems like that would sort of tell the...
No, I've never seen John on Ashley, Jana.
Tell the full story. Lauren Matthias, thank you so much for being with us.
True Crime Podcast. And Tony Bruschi is the host of that podcast.
So we got Tony Bruschi and Lauren. Now, this is 2 years ago. This is going to be March 17th. So this is right after the Enton one that we just watched. So she's on here with Tony Bruschi. I don't know much about him. I just know he's got a YouTube.
Podcast Hidden Killers with Tony Bruschi. Hello to both of you. Thank you for being here on this Friday night. Let's get right to it, shall we? I want to start with the suitcase murder that happened in Winter Park, Florida. We have two opposing views, you guys, on this one. First one comes from Casey Kopp in Los Angeles. She has some thoughts about Sarah Boone, who is accused of the suitcase killing, who left, allegedly left her boyfriend to die.
Sarah Boone. This was Sarah Boone. Sarah Boone. Hey, if you guys want to email me anything, I'm going to put my email in the chat, okay?
Taunted him while videotaping it. And then Patricia Yeo in Ann Arbor, Michigan, feels a little differently about what went on. So here are both of their videos, and I'll ask you about them on the other side.
Hey, Ashley. Okay, I've got thoughts on the Sarah Boone case. First thought, this is wild. This is so bizarre. Some people are crazy.
Hey,
but here's my thought. I think she might be found innocent. And I think that's mainly because, there's no way that she could have forced him into the suitcase if he was, fully conscious. No one could force me to get inside of a suitcase. So I'm thinking he had to crawl in the suitcase. Very unfortunate that maybe she got too drunk and forgot about him. But I don't know. She might be found innocent. It's wild, though.
Lisa, she says, I object.
Hi, Ashley. Yeah, Sarah Boone is guilty.
Who are these people?
She knew exactly what she was doing when she zipped Jorge up in that suitcase. And he begged her for help, and she ignored him and laughed. It's all on video, too. So this case should be a slam dunk for any jury.
Oh, my gosh, I love it. That's what...
Random, you have a really good question. He or she says, if body language is just BS, then why go and do breakdown of what she observes at the jury during trial?
Jurors say. That's what jurors do. They have these discussions just like that. Okay, Tony, weigh in. Who's right?
Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. With something like this, clearly both of them were not making any sense of what they were doing. Playing hide and seek, locking someone in a suitcase. I think it's just a tale of two people inebriated, making very poor decisions, and one with an angst against the other. And it ended up turning into a very dark, dark situation.
Okay, Lauren, I'm going to get you to comment on this next one about Lori Vallow. Tara in Chicago has a few thoughts about the Doomsday Mom. Here she is.
Dude, she looks like Jodi Arias there. Oh, that's freaky. Oh, my God.
Hey, Ashley, I know Lori Vallow's defense team is trying to have the death penalty dropped on grounds that she was declared...
Lori Vallow's defense team. Here we go. Bye, Hawkeyes. Have a great day. I'll see you tomorrow, hopefully.
Mentally incompetent in both.
And don't forget to use the Cooter Chats. Cooter Chats.
2021 and 2022, but she has since been declared fit for trial. I believe that the entire mental illness defense is completely a farce. She is a con artist. She has been in control of her actions from day one, from the moment that she had convinced her brother to kill her ex-husband to the moment that she started spewing all of these outrageous lies about light individuals and zombies to covering up the deaths of her own children. I believe that she should be held to the fullest extent of the law and that there definitely needs to be justice for both Tylee and Joshua immediately.
All right, Lauren, what do you think about what Tara said?
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, it's interesting what Tara said. I think she feels like much of the country does. I think the ultimate question is, while Idaho doesn't have an insanity plea and she has been found competent to stand trial, I think the question that this trial is going to revolve around is at what point do extreme beliefs become mental illness? I mean, are religious beliefs, do they equate being mentally ill, or how extreme do beliefs have to get? Because I think to some point she believed this, right? So I think that's the question here.
That's a good one. I'm going to leave the last word to Courtney Kolinsky in Nashville, Tennessee. This is what she has to say about the Idaho murders. Take a listen.
Hey, Ashley, how are you? I've been thinking a lot about the students that were murdered in Idaho and how the murderer, Brian,
I
is
hope
now
she's not driving.
coincidentally being
These
defended
true crime people crack me up. They crack me up.
by a woman. And he has talked very badly about women. You can tell he has mom issues. You can tell that he does not like women. So what do you feel about that? How do you feel he feels about being represented by women? Is it going to show in trial how much he despises women? Is he going to even listen to this attorney because she is a woman? I just find it kind of ironic that now a woman is defending him. So what do you think?
Oh, Courtney, I think you are smart to make that connection. And Lauren Matthias and Tony Bruschi, you are the smartest. And thank you so much for giving me some of your time on this Friday night. By the way, Tony, you get all the awards for your backdrop game. It is stunning. Love
Thank
it.
you.
Absolutely. I want to visit. Thank you, guys.
You want to go upstairs?
Have a great weekend. And by the way, people, keep your theories coming. I love it, but just keep them under 30 seconds because I want to get more of you on there. It's at BanfieldTips@NewsNationNow.com.
What did
to
Ruth
send them
Ann
in.
say?
Thank you for watching. Go to NewsNationNow.com.
We got one more.
To find News Nation on your television provider.
Next one is
don't forget to
Murdaugh.
click the red subscribe button below to get more of News Nation's fact-driven, unbiased coverage.
Here we go. I haven't seen any
Friday-
that mention Grizzly yet. Not that I've seen, I don't think.
So we like to do this thing like Friday Night Mysteries, except we call it Friday Night Theories because it's what you think. It's your ideas. You are great at sleuthing. You never miss a beat. And so we invited you to send your videos in of what you think about this Murdaugh case, what you think happened, because everybody's all over the map on this one. If you were watching last week, we love this one. This is Pam Glasscock. She had a theory that kind of stumped us. Take a look.
We're gonna come back to Lauren. Okay, here we go. Let's get the date on this one.
Of the podcast.
Oh my God, she's a redhead here too. Okay, so this is gonna be, this is February of 2023. So this is a month before the last one. I tried to get them in order the best I could.
Hidden Killers with Tony Bruschi. You guys were so good at going through all these theories last week. We got you back to do it this week. Okay, Christine Shorp from New York sent us this theory. Take a look.
Hi, Ashley. It's Christine here in New York. I actually don't think that Alex was able to go ahead and do those murders. I think that it was actually somebody that he actually screwed financially, and I think that's what the defense has got to focus on because the prosecution's already set the stage for that.
Well, Lauren Matthias, we do not get many of those. Someone who thinks that Alec is innocent.
Yeah, but I think that's everyone's worry, right? What's the jury going to come back and say? Is it going to be reminiscent of OJ and Casey Anthony? So
This is sped up a little bit, you guys. If you think she's spunky, let me put it on normal. Oh, are people saying, "Oh, you're live just as long as her," and da da da? Yeah, that's the difference. I'm reviewing, right? I'm not sitting here using the court systems and accusing someone of stalking me. That's the difference.
I think, she makes
Oh, and the other difference is I get up to go pee too.
Point, but I have to say there was a lot of rage in, I think, the killing of Paul. It was very personal. It was, we've heard about, and I won't bring it up on Friday Night Theories, but it's so personal and there's so much rage. I think it was a very personal killing, and it was somebody that knew him, not just a hired hitman, which I think was Alec.
Oof, but a dad doing that to his own son. Okay, so I'm going to give you a twofer now, you guys. This is 2 in a row. The first one is Agamemnon Lamonji, and then the second one is Kristen Reardon. These are their theories about what happened at Moselle. Take a look.
I think this guy is guilty. He has been lying to so many people and stealing so much money for people that he cares about and clients and family. I'm sure he's capable of murder.
speeding it
I think he
back up.
killed his son because he didn't want to deal with the consequences of the boat crash trial. And I think Maggie realized what was going on, so he killed her too.
My theory is that Alec got so frustrated with all of the things that had been happening with Paul, and it seems like he may have just snapped that night and felt like there was nothing else to lose because he had already had the financial stuff come down on him. And then he felt like he had to kill his wife after that since she saw what happened.
So, Tony, this is popular. A lot of people think that Paul was the target and that Maggie was the collateral damage.
I think that is a good argument to make if you're the defense. However, if you do take a look at the timeline, which we've now seen this week, it doesn't seem to add up, though. So where was he? Why was the vehicle
Oh,
in
is that what
places
they
where
said?
he said he wasn't? None of that seems to make any sort of
They
sense.
said, I don't know
if
her.
we're going back to the timeline theory. But I do agree. I think that there are these factors of the money, of the regret of the boat accident, all the shame, all of that are playing a
Why
big
is
part
Lauren
of this as
even
well.
here?
I also do question, because he was tested for barbiturates and in the whole decision-making of all of this.
You know, and people who say that, well, hold on a minute, if he's only going to kill one person, then oops, there's mom. Why would there be two guns? I always wonder if maybe something happened and one gun jammed, and then he ran and grabbed the closest one and chased Maggie. I mean, I think that's a possibility, but okay. So
that's
then this
a
next
very
one.
good theory.
Well, I just made it up, so there you go. Okay, so Sandra Gale. Sandra Gale was too nervous, she said, to send in a video, you guys. So she sent us in her comments. I'm just going to read them straight up. There was one shooter the night of June 7th, and that would be Alex Murdaugh. Crazy Cousin Eddie didn't really have anything to do with anything at Moselle. Lauren, why do you suppose she feels like Cousin Eddie, who's such a character in all of this and was involved in that roadside business?
Scorpio, no, she did not. We're just reviewing their old videos. Ashley was there in the bar at CrimeCon as well.
I mean, he's certainly there. Why do you think somebody would feel as though this is just Alec and Alec alone?
What's Hidden Killers? Is that guy's podcast?
Well, I know why I think it's just Alec and Alec alone. I think that, and you know, there's a great theory last week too, showing how he could have done this with two guns. But I think that he was there. First off, we know he was there. He knows Moselle. I think Cousin Eddie was that cousin you invited into your life, but not necessarily to your hunting lodge, if you know what I mean. I think Alec was at the hunting lodge. What did you say, Ashley?
This next one.
What? Ashley's like, she said hunting lodge, then she said honey lodge. Listen. She was inappropriate.
I think Cousin Eddie was that cousin you invited into your life, but not necessarily to your hunting lodge, if you know what I mean. I think Alec was at the hunting lodge. What did you say, Ashley?
This next one. This one is.
That was weird. Tony Bruschi's podcast is Hidden Killers. Oh.
Your life, but not necessarily to your hunting lodge, if you know what I mean. I think.
No, what do you mean?
Alec was at the hunting lodge. What did you say, Ashley?
This next one. This one is Michaela Shea. She sends in this idea and she writes hers as well. Why haven't I heard more about over as Tony, I only think, what about Buster?
The whole failed to the head. Oh my God.
That's not, they don't even ask her anything again. It ends there. They didn't like the honey lodge. I thought of honey pot. I was like, what? That was weird. I have no idea what she means. Here's another one.
You know, Tammy's family, they're not the
February 2023.
only ones that want to have a voice. Lori's family also.
Ashley was live in the bar at CrimeCon when all this went down, yes.
Is putting forth a voice. And before you say, well, that's who wants to hear that, it's not what you think. Her brother, Adam, and her uncle, Rex, have actually launched a podcast. Not only following this.
Oh, this fits in. This fits in. Okay, remember the other text? I wish I had it handy. Where she said she taught Rex and Adam all they know. And that she's just the Connors podcast coach or whatever the fuck she said.
Her brother, Adam, and her uncle, Rex, have actually launched a podcast. And they have not been supporters of Lori Vallow, not in the least. In fact, both of them were quite concerned about Lori's behavior way back before she even ended up in Idaho, before Lori's fourth husband was murdered. I want to bring in Lauren Matthias. She knows a lot about this. She's been not only following this story for years, but also has her own podcast, Hidden True Crime. Hey, Lauren, good to have you. This is, I suppose I was surprised, but maybe not surprised. But what you've interviewed Adam Cox and Rex Connor before. What did you learn from them that you didn't already know from everything that we've followed in the trial?
That's a great question. I learned that Lori, according to Adam, had a drug issue in high school, and that her first husband was someone that she did drugs with, and that the family worked to get her off of drugs. That's according to Adam. That was really interesting to me. A lot of toxic relationships, things that were not so picture perfect in her life, as we can call it that.
Were they at all worried that it might look like they were exploiting a horrible crime? The two little kids died, and
look at them sleeves there. Wow, 1985 prom dress called. They want their sleeves back.
Tammy Daybell died. If they launched this podcast,
I think that was a concern of theirs, that they expressed that they wanted to do it tastefully. And I think that is why they chose the name of the podcast that they did. But I do think that they are still getting backlash, because certainly in this day and age, they actually have not done a lot of interviews, right? We heard from Adam briefly. I think he did one interview, and then mostly what we heard from us were in FOIA documents that we would read, or police interviews. And so for them to all of a sudden come out post-trial, yes, I think there's a lot of speculation. Why now? At the same time, we live in a world where people prefer their own platform,
I love your
because
new
they can
pick.
choose what they want to say, and they have a lot to say. They have done multiple episodes, and it's interesting. It's interesting.
Lauren Matthias, I'm looking forward to, I think it's 10 episodes. I think dropped 2, but there's certainly 8 more to come. We'll have to have another conversation about it. Thank you for this. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Ashley.
All right.
You're about to be sentenced for...
This is Ruby and Jody now.
Brutalizing your own kids. It is not the worst idea to show a little remorse. But if Ruby Franke thought that her performance in court today would get her a pass from the judge, will you be the judge?
For the past 4 years, I've chosen to follow counsel and guidance that has led me into a dark delusion. My distorted version of reality went largely unchecked, as I would isolate from anyone who challenged me. To my babies, my 6 little chicks, you were a part of me. I was the mama duck who was consistently watering you to safety. I can see now.
Oh, this one is
over the past 4 years,
February. Sorry about that. This one's February 21st, 2024.
That led us to danger. I will launch into darkness knowingly. I was so disoriented that I believed dark was light and right was wrong. I would do anything in this world for you. My willingness to sacrifice all for you was masterfully manipulated into something very ugly. I took from you all that was soft and safe and good. I took from you your mother. How terrifying this must have been for you.
Okay, I'm fast forwarding this.
It's a little late now, because as you may remember, Franke was arrested along with her so-called mentor.
Okay, here we go. We'll go to where the Lauren is.
Even common sense. I'm joined by someone now who has a lot of common sense about stuff like this. Lauren Matthias was a reporter in Southern Utah and now hosts the...
Was a reporter in Southern Utah. Here we go again. Ashley still thinks she was the source in Utah. Again, this is February of 2024.
Hidden True Crime podcast. Lauren, normally part of sentencing requires you to be contrite. Admit what you did, be apologetic, want to make good. It can go a long way to reducing your sentence. So that's what happened with Ruby.
I thought the same
Cried,
thing.
apologized,
like
begged
her.
forgiveness. Jody, on the other hand, was like a sentence and a half, really not saying much about being apologetic. So how did that work out for both of them?
Yeah, Jody had a moment. Her attorney says, okay, she has a statement, and she said that she loved the children, hopes that they heal, and wishes them a good life. Never a nice sorry, never a sorry, never this was my fault, never anything to show, hey, you know what? I take responsibility. And that's exactly what the judge stated there, that she had given nothing to say that she takes responsibility and yet still claims that she's a victim. It was a jaw-dropping moment to hear Jody Hildebrandt sit there and say she loved these children that she abused, and then to say she wishes them a good life without once saying, and you know what? I'm sorry.
So 1 to 15 years on each count. There's 4 counts. So if you do the math, that would be 60 years to run consecutively.
Yeah, that was weird,
One after the other,
Karen.
not together
Really weird.
concurrently, but there's a cap, as I understand it. So that's 30 years. So somewhere between 4 and 30 years, they both got the same sentence. That's surprising to me. What was the reaction in court?
It was validating to know that they got consecutive, right? To know that it was going to be back to back. But I think it was very clear that the judge and other people were being harder on Jody Hildebrandt for not having that remorse. They kept noting that. The judge kept saying, you know what? You haven't shown that you feel bad about this, where Ruby has shown that she has remorse. And so I think that when it actually comes down from the Board of Pardons, we're going to actually see a different sentencing. I wouldn't be surprised if Jody gets much longer. They've also pointed out that she is the therapist. She was in charge. She was in this position of power, despite Ruby being a mother on YouTube. Never mind that. But what they pointed out was that Jody had a big responsibility.
And there's always that.
Judy, she was saying she lived in Idaho. That's not Utah. She did live in Utah. I mean, she was born and raised there. But she doesn't mention the training with Dr. John and Jody, right? Like, wouldn't that have been something to talk about? Like, oh my gosh, I have a really funny story, Ashley. When my husband, Dr. Psychologist John, was going to a training, it was Jody Hildebrandt was there.
Issue, you are the mother, you're the parent, you're supposed to be the protector. It's even worse
A mother on
when you do
YouTube?
it. Lauren Matthias, thanks.
So does she think that Ruby's the victim? I'm just a mother with a YouTube channel. I'm not Johnny Depp. I'm not Amber Heard. I'm just a mother with issues. I don't know the words.
Supposed to be the protector. It's even worse when you do it. Lauren Matthias, thanks for covering this for us. Really appreciate it.
Thanks, Ash.
Ash? Thanks, Ash. Wow. Okay. This is our home stretch of the day. This is going back 8 months ago only. Now, this is interesting. Another interesting date. April 4th, 2025. Remember the cease and desist to Lindsay? What was the date of the cease and desist to Lindsay? April 12th? It's really sad that I almost have this remembered.
And she sent out cease and desist letters to.
So this is April 4th. She's got this long-standing professional relationship with Ashley, and then she sends Ashley's producer a cease and desist, or a cease and desist.
And she sent out cease and desist letters to.
April the 11th. A week. She did this interview a week before sending the cease and desist to Lindsay.
She sent out cease and desist letters to.
What a fucking bitch. All right, here we go, hideous gem. Yet another new look. Yes, 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 always.
Hello, Hidden Gems. I am so excited for our guest today. I am with the Ashleigh Banfield. Yes, Ashleigh Banfield, host of Banfield on News Nation, 10 p.m. Eastern, but also host of the awesome podcast. I have been loving it, Ashleigh. I'm so excited for Drop Dead Serious.
Are you really excited, or are you pissed off that she's got her own podcast? Which is it? Snap a smile.
I am loving it. So I am so glad. Yeah, I am so glad to see you now as a fellow podcaster. So thank you for being here. I've always admired you as a broadcaster and the reporting you have done for so many years. Thank you for all of the work you have done. You are a true blue, boots on the ground journalist.
Right. And then a month before this, well, she said, I love Ashleigh, but I have some ethical issues with the behavior panel. And remember, Lauren tried taking credit for Lindsay working with Ashleigh. Yep. Oh my God, April was a wild month.
And now, again, like I said, I can also call you a fellow true crime podcaster. And so I am so excited for this conversation we're about to have. So thank you for making time.
Kind, my gosh. Right back at you for one. Because you know that we do a lot, like we have you on the show a lot. And I think that the podcasting space really does allow conversation, whereas in television, it's reporting, it's quick, it's fast, and it isn't as deep oftentimes. So this has been a real treat for me to just sometimes have these very long conversations where you do get into the weeds. And
yes, a week after this, she sent the cease and desist.
And then she sent out cease and desist letters to.
A week after this interview.
Weeds are important.
The weeds are important. In fact, I hope you're okay, actually, Ashleigh, if I ask you about, first off, and let me not bury the lead. I want to talk to you about the Lori Vallow Daybell case.
Let's not bury the lead. Is she? She's all trying to use lingo. Okay, Ashleigh, this is her interviewing skills. On fleek.
Ask you about, first off, and let me not bury the lead. I want to talk to you about the Lori Vallow Daybell case.
Ashleigh's like, what are you talking about? Bury the lead.
And let me not bury the lead. I want to talk to you about the Lori Vallow Daybell case. I want to talk to you.
10 hours?
Day mom, right? If we have 10 hours, I've been editing the backstory, by the way, here in our Airbnb in Phoenix, Arizona for the last 3 days. So yeah, if you had 10 hours, but I do want to talk to you about that. But before we get there, I do just want to simply ask you how and where your interest in true crime has come from, because I also want to point out that you were a reporter on the Jodi Arias case, the Casey Anthony case. Those are just two of many cases you have covered deeply throughout the years. So tell me that, because I feel like everyone has a backstory there.
Yeah, I mean, I do. I go back to OJ. I'm of a certain generation. I covered OJ.
I remember OJ.
Yeah, and that wasn't even the beginning of my career, the very beginning.
Oh, did you see that eye roll? What a bitch. I remember OJ. Yeah, Ashleigh's seasoned. Okay? Seasoned.
OJ.
I remember OJ.
Yeah, and that wasn't even the beginning of my career. The very beginning of my career was the Exxon Valdez crash in Alaska. That's the crazy part. I go back that long, when the drunk ship captain, ran aground and dropped all the oil in the beautiful, bays of Valdez, Alaska. Yeah, I mean, I do go back a long way, but Lauren, I was always general beat, and I remember making a decision early on in my career that I wanted to be general beat for a few reasons. I love current events, always did. I just loved
Jules.
And so I didn't want to pigeonhole into one kind of current event, like politics or business or true crime. I didn't want to. I wanted to stay very general. I also thought of it, and I don't know how I thought of it in my early 20s because I was a moron. it was a good business decision to stay general beat, because I would have more opportunities all over the map, including if I wanted to be an anchor or a host at some point, rather than just a reporter. I felt that I'd open a lot more doors having a lot more material under my belt than if I were just sort of myopically focusing in one genre. That was the way it was back in the 80s. But then, in the late 90s and the early 2000s, things began to change, and focused, branded journalists became more valuable. I mean, just imagine all the business people that you can name on the air because CNBC made them stars. Same thing with legal journalists.
And Lauren couldn't get past. And Lauren couldn't get past the news desk in Boise. Yikes.
They became more valuable the more in-depth and the more knowledgeable they were. And so that they became more valuable the more in-depth and the more knowledgeable they were. And so
wow, she is so salty listening to this right now. Oh my gosh, Miss Pellet Grill, chocolate bacon, lice. No, she said, actually, Ashleigh.
That's when I started shifting my career into true crime.
Okay. And I want to point out to a few of our listeners that might not know this, because they know you from Banfield and from Drop Dead Serious, that you were in New York City when the World Trade Center collapsed, reporting. Like, you have done everything. And so I want to make that clear here, because I've admired you for years, Ashleigh, and what you've done. And so again,
I've been around the block. For the newer folks younger folks on the podcast, I actually nearly died on 9/11. I was under that North Tower when it came down, and had to scramble breaking windows to get to safety from the debris that was coming down. And then 9 days of standing on that pile reporting about the apocalypse, because that's really what it felt like. 9 days later, I was on a plane to Pakistan, and I didn't come home for a year. And then for the year after that, I was hopscotching every war zone, you can name. And I have been in every place that is a hotspot. So when we talk about Gaza, I spent some time in Gaza. I spent some weird time in Gaza.
Oh, but Lauren, weren't you in Jerusalem or some shit? Wait a minute. What? Look at that face. She's like, oh, I'd like to put my hands around your freaking neck right now. I think she's 45 years old, right?
With a hood over my head and, at gunpoint being marched into a field. I have been in Afghanistan and Iraq and Iran. I was held as a guest of the Iraqis if I didn't report appropriately, they said. I was held by the Hezbollah leader in Lebanon for 6 hours without a phone or a watch, or in a locked room, just to make sure I wasn't a ticking time bomb, literally a bomb that would go off and kill the leader of Hezbollah before I interviewed him. He's since
Lauren's like, could she shut up already? I'm getting a little too giddy now. Have you guys hit the thumbs up, by the way? How many do we have? This is too much. We have 686 and 1,200 watching. I'm going on strike. I'm not doing anything until you guys hit the like. I'm just kidding. Please hit it, though. It does actually help.
Since been killed, by the way. So yeah, I have a very weird background on the way to true crime. I guess you could say I've been involved in global crime, and I've had to cover it from the ground.
Exactly, global crime. I mean, it's all crime. Terrorism is.
Yeah, global crime. It's all crime, Ashleigh. I don't give a fuck where you've covered it. Thank you, Cassie Phillips, for your super chat. Thank you, Jay, for always working so hard and giving us a cool place to come and gather and learn and have a good time. Thank you, Cassie, for being here. You guys make it fun. You guys make it fun. When you hear random laughs, it's because I'm reading chat. This was April the 4th.
Crime. And wow. Thank you for sharing a bit of your background. And so I guess I just really wanted to put.
Thanks for sharing some of your background. Lauren's like, are you for fucking real? Are you for fucking real, bitch? Nobody's going to stalk that ugly bitch.
Wow. Thank you for sharing a bit of your background. And so I guess I just really wanted to put that into perspective before we jump into a woman who has captivated both of us for years now. Over 5 years, you and I have been captivated by Lori Vallow Daybell. Lori Daybell now, I guess, as she wants to be called for the upcoming trial, her second trial here in Phoenix, Arizona.
Yeah, but like Kanye, you can't shake a brand. So I'm just going Lori Vallow.
Yeah, I go back and forth. It's like when Prince, formerly known as Prince, I don't know what to say, but and I'm not sure either side of the family is excited. I don't think the Vallows are excited for her to be Lori Vallow. I don't think the Daybells are excited for her to be Lori Daybell. So
yeah,
I don't think the Matthiases are happy with you being Lauren Matthias.
I am very uncomfortable sitting here.
To be stuck with that, that is a whole lot of mess. And captivated is one way of looking at it. Perplexed, befuddled, all of the above, right? I think as anybody on the podcast right now who's a mom, you can't get over this story. Anybody on the podcast who's religious, you can't get over this story. Anybody on the podcast who's human, you can't get over this story. So there's a million reasons why it's hard to shake how and why all this happened.
Perplexed is a better way to say it too, because I have been perplexed, honestly, Ashleigh, for 5.5 years. Like I almost, I get to come on your show on Banfield sometimes and you get to ask me questions, but honestly, I've been thinking, I want to ask Ashleigh questions, like knowing what what is it about this woman and this case?
Hey, crime time, girl.
That has sort of drawn you in and left you perplexed.
Lots of levels, right? And a load of layers too. And I think the first is the obvious. Who kills their kids? Who does that? Right. What you better be in a state of psychosis that's provable. For me to be able to accept, okay, I understand it. Like Andrea Yates level, right?
Right.
But she's not that. She's a whole lot of crazy. I mean, the whole cult business, she's a whole lot of crazy. And then, Lauren, we've seen a lot of results, deadly, horrifying results of cult madness. I'm not old enough to have been a reporter during Jim Jones in Guyana, but I was old enough to watch it as a kid and be so stunned that these people could drink Kool-Aid.
I'm glad, Belinda.
Willingly and go to their deaths willingly. And then, of course, those who didn't were shot. But I think, I'm looking for that level of crazy with Lori Vallow because that.
What's pretty wild is that usually when she's on here, she's like looking off at the chat. She's looking directly at Ashleigh the whole time.
That's the only way I could see doing the things that A, she has done, and B, she's accused of doing, right? We're moving ahead to 2 more trials, and we've already seen thrice now. She's a murderer. So, yeah, number 1 is how do you kill your kids? Number 2, how do you kill your kids and then kind of come off as normal, right? Because to a lot of people, she was normal. They loved her. Her fellow cultists loved her. They couldn't wait to hear her pontificate for 45 minutes in their living room about absolute garbage.
Thanks, Maria.
And they believed her. And they visited her. They came from far away to visit her. That's another thing I can't get over. How was she not so off-putting as a child murderer?
Don't you guys find it funny, too, that Trisha went off on Ashleigh Banfield about the Ramsey thing? Twice? 2 live streams. And then 1 she removed. Shauna, you're not blocked. I see you.
That she had all these friends and had this great life. How did she attract 5 husbands? There's another one, because many of us struggle to meet guys. Right?
Oh, Lord. Lauren.
Luckily, I finally found one when I was 35, but it took 35 years. Right.
and I found 2, but it was not easy, But, and then there's this whole idea that she is very swept up in how she looks and how she sounds. And how did she go from being, incompetent to even stand trial to so competent she'll defend herself in court? That's the other beguiling thing. It's just, it's mind-blowing, all of it.
It's true. Like when you don't think that this case can like get any weirder, Lori Vallow Daybell is about to defend herself. She's about to defend herself. And we're like, wait, what?
No, actually, you know what? That you just said that. A lot of news outlets, when you are covering a second trial, and
Oh, interesting. I didn't put it with the Leaving News Nation time frame. Yep.
I've done this a bunch, right? Phil Spector was tried twice. There were loads of people who've been tried twice. And on the second go round, there's not a lot of coverage. Karen Reed excluded. But there's not a lot of coverage. Phil Spector's second trial barely got covered, and he was convicted the second time around. And a lot of news outlets will not deliver assets to a second case because we don't think that there's as much appetite for among the viewers. And we're not a charity. We were in a business. We have to get people, like we have to know that people are going to want to watch the product we give them. So it's a little like prosecutors. You don't prosecute unless you know you're going to convict. But
I wonder if Ashley knew anything was going on at this time. Because what date were the cease and desist to Stephanie and Colette? The 7th? Because this is the 4th. So 3 days from now, Stephanie and Colette are going to get cease and desist. And then a week later, Lindsay gets one. She's doing her own podcast, The Drop Dead Serious. But she's still partnering with News Nation. Hey, Nunya.
In the Lori Vallow case,
which is amazing for Lindsay, right? Go Lindsay.
This is different because, she's already a thrice convicted murderer who's going to spend life no parole in prison. So why should we care about another murder? It's not going to make a difference in her life or ours. And yet, because this story took such a crazy shift where she's going to now talk in court, that's not something she did before. We can maybe get some insight to all these questions you and I have been bandying about for years.
Yeah, I think you're right. I attended jury selection. I'm here in Phoenix. And one thing I noticed, going back to how you said that she looks a certain way, that she looks normal. I think that's part of the big intrigue for me, or curiosity, or perplexing is, I like your word. I'm going to go with that. Perplexing part of her is that she comes across.
So on April 4th, she was in Phoenix. What was in Phoenix in February?
Pretty sane most of the time. She definitely had some explosive moments during jury selection, but she sounds
like an annoyed woman. She doesn't sound insane.
You wouldn't think that she's thinking in her mind that she hasn't murdered anyone, that she's going to be exonerated and go on Dancing with the Stars, because that's what she's thinking.
Than everyone else. That's the other thing. She sounds like she's talking like she's smarter than everyone else in the courtroom, and that's maddening. Maddening.
It is. I know it is maddening, because you're like, yeah, it's maddening. And so,
yeah, she does. She's not doing that anymore. They're going to be rotating through that time, whatever, that time slot that she had. She's not doing that show on News Nation anymore. She's doing hers.
I know. Have some self-awareness.
Yeah. Read the room, Lori. They all freeze.
Right. And I was walking around my new neighborhood outside my Airbnb, and a woman was asking about my podcast and what we were doing. And I was explaining, and she said, I saw her, the really pretty woman, the really beautiful woman. And then she said she's a murderer. And I thought, what? I think that's kind of what this is too. And she does look nice, I'll say, in her street clothes and her highlighted hair. She's looking more like the Lori Vallow we knew.
This was pre-recorded and premiered.
From the beginning, manipulating the police officers.
I want to figure that out. How'd she get the highlights? Because her hair does look highlighted and
I know.
Pretty.
I think Keith asked her during the interview, and she said that she can buy bleach. And she's a hairdresser, so she knows how to pull that off.
Keith
definitely knows how to pull it.
Keith asked her. Just Keith Morrison.
Pull it off. I just never imagined in a million years that you could get that kind of hair product, because bleach, that's something you can kill someone with. If used the wrong way. I'm shocked that someone can get that kind of product in prison.
Well, maybe we need to double check with Keith. I think that's what Keith.
Oh my God, she's got it wrong again.
Said, but maybe, I'll find out. If I could call Keith, I would, but I think that's what he said.
So Chloe doesn't suffer the kind of blonde ambition that I have, which is I have to highlight like mad or my hair goes brown. She has roots that are just blonde roots. She just doesn't have platinum blonde roots. So she's lucky in that respect.
There you go. You're right. She's got this dark blonde. Will you be watching? As you pointed out, you're right. Like, I thought it was done. I thought this case was done. I went to both trials in Idaho. I thought, and by both, let me clarify, Lori's followed by Chad Daybell, the co-conspirator, also charged with the murders of Tammy, Tylee, and JJ. I thought it was done. I'm surprised I'm here for this. As you point out, I didn't know that this would be that big of a deal either. Yet here I am. So you're going to be following this. Are you intrigued by how this is going to go down?
Yeah, because I'm already intrigued by the pretrial motions and how she behaves. Once again, this is someone who thinks she's smarter than everyone else in the room. And I'm here to tell you, I've been at this business a long time, and I would never try to defend myself. There's no way that I could catch hearsay at the speedy, lightning quick way that you have to when you're litigating, when you're standing in that well and you're cross-examining or you're even examining. There's no way I could do this job. There's no way. I don't have the depth. And again, it's been my career for the last 25 years. So the fact that she thinks just because she's been a murderer and has sat through a trial and pretrial that she's good enough to do this tells me just how dumb she really is. And so I want to see that on display. I want to see how dumb she is. You know the old expression, a man who's chosen himself or a lawyer has a fool for a client. It applies. It applies everywhere. And so I can't wait to see, how this manifests and the kinds of conversations that she has with the judge, because it's the poor judge who's going to be working overtime every day.
I'll say it, Dunning-Kruger. If you know, you know. If not, look it up, because that's exactly what I think of when I think of Lori. Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to stop there for a second and pull this up. This was posted. This is from Variety. You can find it on many numerous sites: Yahoo, MSN, TV Insider, X, all over the place. But it says Ashleigh Banfield to exit News Nation primetime in favor of podcasting. This is December the 12th, 2015. Oh, and it's behind. Oh, no, here we go. Ashleigh will exit News Nation's primetime lineup in favor of focusing on her own true crime podcast, the Nexstar-backed media outlet, announced Friday. She will remain as a contributor to the network and also lead a true crime digital vertical. So she's going to be what she was doing with Lauren. She's going to be a contributor. Under a new partnership, content from Banfield's podcast, Drop Dead Serious, will be made available on News Nation. Banfield has hosted an hour on News Nation at 10 weekdays since 2021. Her last linear telecast will take place in January. The network will rely on a rotating series of anchors to fill the time period for the immediate future. And that's it. So she'll be done with them in January.
It will be really entertaining in an educational way for viewers to watch this, because everyone should know that this is a terrible idea. Defending yourself, no matter how smart you think you are, even if you're a lawyer, it's a terrible idea because you have a different lens when you are a defendant, even if you're a lawyer. But I always really enjoy, and I think you do too, it's why you do this job. I really enjoy learning more about jurisprudence. And in every case, I learn something new. And in every jurisdiction, I learn something new because everybody's different. Their laws are different, every state you go to. But in this particular case, you are going to hear from a judge who, like I said, is going to have to work overtime, schooling Lori constantly about why she needs to stop talking and how you're going nowhere with this. This might be the way you talk to your friends and how you argue with your friends, but this is not how it works on the record. So that's what I'm looking forward to. I know I'm going to learn a lot by watching her screw up.
Yeah. Yeah. The judge already looks exhausted. You know, what do you think? You
Ashleigh is going to grow quick.
Are close to Kay and Larry Woodcock, two of the surviving victims in this case. They lost Charles, is Kay's brother. And, you know, JJ, of course, 7-year-old JJ is their grandchild that they lost, both to murder. How do you think it's going to be for them and for, I mean, this is the part that kind of breaks my heart when Lori is up there questioning them. You know, this person's been charged with murdering their grandchild.
Yeah, that is one of the reasons why this will be a big case, right, to watch. I've seen it before. I have seen killers.
Yeah, Ashleigh's also a lawyer. I thought she was, and so is Vinny, right? Isn't Vinny a lawyer too? And Nancy is a lawyer. Hey, Robat. Ban feels so good at the F-bombs, though. It's so worth it. I love her F-bombs.
Cross-examining survivors' family, or, you know, family members of the dead, of the victims. I've even seen attempted killers and rapists questioning their victims who survived their attempted murders. And it is horrendous. They need a lot of prep. Usually that comes from the prosecutors. Oftentimes they get their own lawyers too, but the prosecutors are effectively their lawyers.
Fsmore wants cease and desist merch. What do you guys say? You guys want cease and desist merch? I love fucking Janice. Janice is like,
And she sent out cease
savage.
and desist letters too.
She is savage. Nobody's gonna stalk that ugly butch.
Lawyers, they're protectors in this process, and they're witnesses. And so it is a very painful thing to watch, but it is the right of every person accused in the Constitution to confront your accusers. It's just that normally it's your lawyers who do it. So there is that nice, you know, there's that nice buffer that it is the accused lawyer who's doing that questioning. So when you represent yourself, you take that buffer away and you just inflict so much pain and suffering. And by the way, that will not go unnoticed. That will not go unnoticed by a jury. It will not go unnoticed.
She's not a lawyer.
When it comes to sentencing, if she's guilty, none of that will go unnoticed.
True. How she acts in front of the survivors of this horrendous
Sarah crossbody
crimes.
bouncer.
You're right.
Yeah.
Will
And
not go unnoticed.
what she does outside the boundaries of legal jurisprudence, right? Because again, she's not a lawyer. She doesn't really know what she's doing. So her histrionics will count. That stuff counts against you if you're behaving in that way in a courtroom. Just like if you're sitting at the defense table and you decide to, you know, lash out and yell and scream, you can be held in contempt of court. Just because you're at defense table doesn't mean you have free speech to yell. You know, there are rules of decorum. And so all the things that she does that are outside what a lawyer is allowed to do, that will count.
Am I low again? Oh, you must be behind.
Wow. Yeah.
Scorpio.
Do you think she could be held in contempt at some point?
Totally. Yeah.
Yeah.
Look, if she's, once again, dumb enough, and I do believe she is, dumb enough to not heed the judge's instructions and warnings on multiple occasions, she could be. That said, I do know also that judges go to enormous lengths to protect the process, to protect the case, to protect.
No, she's not a lawyer, but she is a veteran broadcast journalist with extensive experience covering legal and true crime stories, having completed a journalism law fellowship at Loyola Law School, which deepens her understanding of the legal system for her shows on News Nation, CNN, and Court TV. Thank you, Sigma, for becoming a member today. Come on in and close your legs. Oh, like a combo. Okay. I have to give it some thought.
The trial. Usually they go way beyond the bounds of what our own patients would allow so that they can protect Lori's rights, to continue a trial and not waste all of the assets and
Is it better
expenditures
now?
of the state by having to declare a mistrial.
Why does my sound keep going down like that? It's weird.
Or having to
Megyn Kelly
deal
is
with an appeal because she will argue, well, I got sent to the Huskow because I was yelling and that precluded my fair rights as a defendant.
taking it
she
all
can
in.
do those things. Will she win them? No. But again, it's more money, more time, more problems.
And what about, I have to ask you, this rack belt? She does not want to wear this rack belt, this stun belt.
I think so too.
I have
Definitely
visions,
Vinny.
Ashley, of what could possibly happen in the courtroom if all of a sudden she gets feisty, because we've already seen it, and the stun belt happens. I mean, I can't imagine that this is why she doesn't want to wear it, right? Like, she is so adamant about not wearing this belt. I'm like, what are you afraid of, Lori? What are you afraid of?
I have a theory. I think she doesn't like the way it makes her look because she wants to wear, she gets to wear street clothes, right? All defendants who appear before a jury get to wear street clothes, and more we're seeing that they're getting to wear street clothes in pretrial hearings with no jury because of the media. So that's going out to the jury pool. They don't want to be seen in orange jumpsuits because it makes you look guilty. So she wants to look, svelte and pretty, and that stun belt will make her look chubby and chunky and won't allow her to wear, mid waistcoats, whatever it is, whatever her sartorial choices are. But I want to say this about that belt. I don't think anyone's trying to be nasty to Lori.
Shauna.
I don't think anyone thinks that Lori's going to, attack somebody on the bench or on the witness stand or go crazy or try to run out the back door. I don't think they think that about her, although I would never put anything aside for Lori. But when you are in a courtroom as a defendant, there are bailiffs and security officers who are present. The defendant does not get to get up and walk around the courtroom.
Good question, Kenzie.
So you can take the handcuffs and shackles off the defendant so that the jury doesn't see the defendant as a prisoner already, because that is, pejorative in their minds. But Lori is a lawyer, so she gets to stand up and walk around. So she can't.
Lindsay, good point. That they were right over on the next table over with Joe Schmo at that time.
Enjoy the same treatment as a seated defendant.
Hey, Snaz.
There has to be some method of making sure that everyone in the courtroom is protected from Lori. And there may actually be something on the books in Arizona saying that if a defendant, repeatedly gets up from his or her seat, they have to wear something that is restraining, that does not appear visibly to the jury, like handcuffs and leg shackles. So that's my opinion of why they have had to put a belt on Lori, because she's a defendant who gets to move about the cabin freely, and they need some kind of insurance policy against anything that might happen legally.
That makes sense. Ashley, I know that you need to run. We've got you in between your busy broadcasting schedule. You're about to go do some live hits. Before you go, though, this is right across the hall. I learned.
She says this, and then they go for another 10 minutes.
From the Jodi Arias trial, which I did not attend. You attended the Jodi Arias trial. So I don't know if you have visions of that courtroom, but it's allegedly pretty identical to that one. So I just want to put it out there too.
I mean, it's poetic, but maybe not surprising. I will say this: the Arias trial was in the summer. It was 110 degrees.
Yeah.
It was horrible. That was a tough assignment. And I'll just tell you one anecdote that's a little off the side here, but because I
forgot about that, Lindsay. That's messed up.
Live shots all day long and a show. I was basically on camera all day long, and we found a position in a parking garage adjacent to the courthouse. So behind me, you would see the courthouse, and I was in this corner of this parking garage, right on the street corner, and I was there for a couple.
He's eating his own toes.
I'm trying to remember how long it was. It felt like the entire summer. So I would post up there and I would do my shows from there. And then because it was 110 degrees, people were not going to come to my location and be a guest. We would do what you and I are doing right now.
Yeah.
We would do side by sides and meet people digitally or, through satellite. And one of the guests I had on the show was Nancy Grace, because Nancy obviously is a queen of true crime as well, and she was very heavily invested, and she also had a mobile position, but hers was
Ashleigh rubs elbows with Nancy Grace. Lauren rubs elbows with Trisha Griffith.
a studio. It was like one of those mobile, trailers that has a studio in them. Nancy, unbeknownst to me, had parked her studio truck. So imagine me looking at you right now and I'm looking at the camera. She had parked her studio truck down past my camera because there's a street. There's a street right here and there's a street right here. And the courthouse is, well, let me see. Right there. So she had parked her truck
is in
down the
February,
street that
April.
That I'm on. And so her view is the same view that I have. She's just 300 or 200 yards down the street, but she's got the same backdrop.
Okay.
She's farther away from the courthouse than I am, but she's got the courthouse.
She got the wide shot.
Yeah, she's got the court. She's sitting in her.
Oh, Maria, I think she is so done with this. She's like, I know you got to go, Ash. You got lots of live shots to do, you big hot shot. Thank you, Chuck Anderson's granddaughter, for gifting a cootership to Winky. We have a Winky cooter. Wow.
He's like this little pussy.
Fucking Trisha.
She says, welcome to Cooterville. Everybody close your legs. Everybody coming in, close your legs.
Close your legs. I'm getting a little giddy.
But I didn't know where she had her mobile studio because I was in my place all day, every day. And I didn't go 200 yards that way because it's away from the courthouse. So I'd never seen where she was. So I do a live shot with Nancy, and it's all normal. We talk about the case. We talk about whatever. And at some point in the live shot, a bus goes through my background, right? Because I'm on a street in behind, and I'm on a street beside me. And a bus goes through my background.
Don't you have to go?
And because she has the same background that I do, it goes through her background too. So it starts at her background and goes through my background.
Okay.
And the people at Jon Stewart's Daily Show, when he was still doing 5 days a week on the Daily Show, they assumed that she was standing right beside me and I was pretending that she wasn't there.
Okay.
I was pretending to just look straight at a camera and she was looking straight at a camera. And they made a huge joke about, she's standing right effing beside you. Just turn your face and look at her and ask. And then I remember being so annoyed by it. It was funny AF, right? It really was funny. But in television terms, it wasn't true what he was saying.
Right.
And I was completely annoyed. Lambasted for something I didn't do. I didn't do anything wrong and I didn't do anything untowards. And I'd had a conversation with Nancy Grace from her studio and my studio,
Lauren
my outdoor
so
location.
Done.
It just so happened she had the same backdrop that I did, and it looked digitally like we were in the same place. Right. So that was a big memory of mine from the Jodi Arias trial because that went viral everywhere. Well, and I was, made to be humiliated by it.
If it makes you feel better, my husband, John, and I do split screen every day from our own home. And people are like, are you guys in the same room? I'm like, we're not in the same room, but we are in the same house in different rooms doing, it's just easier.
Sure.
It's just easier. So
people get it now, Lauren. People get it now because since COVID, now we all do Zoom. We've all done multiple Zoom or whatever platform you choose, Microsoft Teams, whatever. We've all done. And
it almost
the reality
seems like
is
she's
that
doing it
single
on
shots
purpose,
are single
doesn't
shots. And when you go out to a double shot, sometimes it doesn't work. You don't have the mics, you don't have the width, you don't have the space, you don't have the backdrop gets crazy. And so you do these single shots. And so it's not weird to anybody today. I think the people at the Daily Show would have not thought a thing about it back then, or now, today. But they imagined, wrongly so, that we were standing beside each other and ignoring each other. That wasn't the case.
One last question. I know you have to go. What's another case you're really looking forward to? When you talked about viral things, I know that your interview while covering Luigi with the prisoners went viral. That was fascinating. I don't know. Are you going to be following Luigi or what other?
I mean, I think that we have to keep in mind, I know I've seen some comments today like, oh, Ashleigh's in it for the clicks and views. And I mean, everybody is. If you think that's something new, think back to television ratings. Remember when shows just got booted because they didn't get the ratings? If people didn't watch them, they went bye-bye. Ratings, views, clicks, it's all the same.
Cases are you really into right now?
So I will be following Luigi, as you will be too. I mean, this is a huge story. It's taken on, legs of its own for cultural and social reasons. Not so much for the legal mystery of it, right? I don't think anybody's feeling too whodunit about this. But the fact that it's federal case
Andy,
makes me frustrated because they typically will not allow any cameras. And that is frustrating because I feel like, and look, I know I have a dog in the fight, but I feel like there should be a camera in every courtroom because it's our system. It doesn't belong to the government. We are the government. It is our system. In Iraq, they used to just throw hoods over people's heads and pull them out of their homes, and that was the last you'd ever see of them. And there was no open system. Oh, he was convicted. Oh, you weren't there? Yeah, sorry. He's in a gulag. You'll never see him again. That's not us. We have one of the most envied systems of justice in the world. And the more we put gag orders and kick cameras out of court, the less we are transparent about our system of justice and the less we can trust what's really happening in there.
I agree.
And to tell me that, oh, well, you can walk into the courtroom. No, you can't. No, you can't.
I almost feel like she's doing this on purpose. I don't know why. I don't think Ashleigh's lying at all. But what I'm saying is it doesn't seem like Ashleigh knows how to read a room, right? She knows what it's like to be an interviewer and an interviewee. And it just seems like she's doing this on purpose. I think she sees it now, Andy. I mean, the cease and desist. I mean, she kind of did that to herself.
And she sent out cease and desist letters to
the country. So in that respect, I'm frustrated by the federal system. I'm very frustrated by the Supreme Court now allowing audio. Great. But at some point they should allow video, and they should allow the Americans in to see the Americans' own process. So I will be frustrated by that part of it, but I will cover it, and I will absolutely, do what we can to bring that story to life, even if it has to be courtroom sketches, which drive me bananas. But the Luigi thing also is a fascinating story.
Yeah.
Outside of the legal case, it's a fascinating story. And, I think I'm probably like you in that I'm appalled that people are cheering and celebrating a father who was murdered, shot in the back by someone who ran away and hid. Like, let's not forget that the hero, if Luigi is the killer, the hero here, aren't you brave? You shot a man in the back and then you ran away. That's not a hero.
No, two little children, two little boys without a father.
Yeah, two kids, my kid's age.
There
almost,
you
my
go,
2 boys' age. And,
rain collector.
I don't care what you think about his job. You can protest that in this country. You're allowed to, well, for now, you're allowed to protest those things in this country. And you can start a movement, and you can go to your congressman, and you can go on Capitol Hill. That's what we allow in this country. Can't do that in a lot of countries I've been to. But the way we don't do things is the way other people do things in other countries. They do summary justice all the time in the square with a machete. They do stuff like that. We've always prided ourselves in that we don't do that. Even if our base instinct wants to do that, even if you want to take Chris Watt.
They had to edit their unmasking video of Luigi. God, and then they do an unmasking of Nick Reiner.
And behead him. We don't do it that way. And we are the envy of the world because of it. So I wish that more people would stop giving into your base instincts of hating someone who looks so incredibly guilty and do what we do in America. And that is afford them every single defense until they're guilty and then lock them away.
Thank you. Thank you, Ashleigh. I couldn't have said it better. I appreciate that so much. And this is why I love these conversations. Thank you.
Yeah. And they're important conversations. We can't have them for this length of time and depth, usually on a 30-minute show or a 1-hour show, or even in a docuseries. You can't always do that, but you can in the podcast world. And I think that's why I'm absolutely loving it. And I really appreciate you asking me to come on. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Where can we find your podcast?
Drop Dead Serious, girl.
She's so annoyed. Oh, isn't it great, Elizabeth?
Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Where can we find your podcast?
Drop Dead Serious, girl. So dropdeadserious.com. You can find it on any of the platforms, Apple or Spotify, Audio Boom, everywhere you get your podcasts, you can find it. And I'm also, I've got a companion YouTube show as well, that if you want to see the pictures I'm talking about. And by the way, I say that because I launched my Drop Dead Serious podcast with a 6-part series. It's called Uncle Peter.
Oh.
And it's about a guy.
So Lauren's like, really? I said you were done, and now you're self-promoting your podcast? Don't you have to go? Don't you have somewhere you got to be?
Who is the most prolific serial sex offender in the world. If you put Epstein and Cosby and Diddy and Weinstein all together, Peter Nygaard would dwarf them in numbers of users, right? He is unbelievable. He's a billionaire, almost reached billionaire, right? He's a clothing magnate. He is a rags to riches story. He looks like Fabio
She's taken over again.
Liberace, if you blend the two of them, and then add Hugh Hefner to it. That's Peter Nygaard. And he sexually assaulted, molested, raped, and is
Lauren's like, okay, we're running out of time, Ashley.
Doing terrible things to thousands of women. And I grew up with him. He was Uncle Peter. So there's that. He was my best friend's uncle. And I knew him back then in the 80s. And my mom knew him back then. And Lauren, the most amazing thing.
She's like, are you fucking kidding me right now? You are promoting your first episode series and this involved your real life?
Is being able to look back at that era and see how people like that got a pass. Because they did. They got a pass. They got a pass from everyone. They got a pass from police and governments and society and friends. And they even got a pass from the women because the women were too afraid to say anything and thought it must be their fault. And so looking back at everything through the eyes of my best friend who sits with me for 9 hours to recount the whole family side of the story was really, really shocking. She also opened his vault and I got all the filthy pictures and all the naked parties. And he did these things in the Bahamas where he had like a $75 million Swiss Family Robinson home.
Oh, actually, wow.
He had thousands of people as, partiers and swinger parties. He had Academy Awards ceremonies for who effed the most people during the swingers weekend. And these like dessert buffets of naked women all covered in dessert with all the party goers eating off it. Just crazy stuff. And that's why I say the companion YouTube series is worth watching, because I got all these things that Angela gave me about the family growing up and then his crazy parties and the things that he did. The naked women and body paint and feathers running around with, these Caribbean bands playing. It was.
She's like, are you fucking done yet?
It's wild. Just wild. So that's Uncle Peter, and that's on the Drop Dead Serious channel. And I recommend taking a look because they're out there. People like that are out there. By the way, he's sitting in a prison cell in Canada right now, but he's got 3 more trials ahead of him. One of them is in weeks.
Okay, that was going to be my next question. Please tell me he's somewhere where he needs to be. Okay.
He's fighting it. And he's 83 years old.
Did you
and he's
see
going
that
down.
look? Get the fuck out. She's over it.
To be. Okay.
He's fighting it. And he's 83 years old. And he's going downhill, but he's fighting it. And he's still got Montreal as another legal front. He's got Winnipeg as a legal front. He's got New York City as a legal front. And then 135 people signed on to a class action lawsuit against him, including, we believe, 2 of the anonymous people are his own children.
Jeez.
Who he made men of. He made men of them by sending in his girlfriend when they were just young teenagers.
Well, one thing you do is investigative journalism. You do it right. So I will be tuning in.
Right back at you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ashley. All right. Thank you so much. You have
right back at you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ashley.
This is so snarky. You two hate each other. Just tell us you hate each other. Oh, I want to thank everybody who sent over Cokes and pizzas at the Buy Me a Coffee link yesterday. I saw them when I got offline. I'm so grateful. I'm going to actually order dinner with that tonight. Thank you so much. I agree with that, Melmo, for sure.
when they were just young teenagers.
Well, one thing you do is investigative journalism. You do it right. So I will be tuning in.
Right back at you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ashleigh. All right. Thank you so much. You have a wonderful day. What is today? Thursday? I've lost track. And
I know every day feels like it's already a 7-day week.
Yeah. And I hope that we'll be able to chat Lori Daybell trial in the upcoming.
Definitely. I can't wait for opening statements. Oh my God.
Yeah.
It's going to be blockbuster.
Oh, we got through that. She didn't. She was so salty throughout that. Where can I find that, Lindsay? I don't know where that's at. Hold on. Someone had to have made a short of that, right? I wonder, I don't know where it is, Lindsay. It's funny as hell, though. Let's see if it's this one.
Hi, everybody. I'm Ashleigh.
She's like, right back at you, bitch. No one's going to stalk that ugly butch. All right, let's look at the transcript. It's right after she ceased and deceased. Yeah, I remember her saying, Brian, she went on a rampage. She was like, Brian Kober, shut the fuck up. Or whatever she said. Hold on. It's not that one. I like Ashleigh.
Hello.
I'll have to find it. We'll watch it next time. I'll clip it. I'll find it and clip it if I can. Well, let's see if it's this one. I'll search this
Hey,
one.
everybody. Welcome to Drop Dead Serious. I'm Ashleigh Banfield. I got a special podcast for you tonight because as I record this, it is the eve of the sentencing of Brian Kohberger. And if you can believe it, my podcast producer, Lindsay Haller, is in Idaho right now, standing in front of the courthouse, where tomorrow morning the sentencing is set to get underway at 8:30 a.m. Mountain Time, and at 8:23 p.m. tonight Mountain Time, 10:23 Eastern Time. This.
You hear that? Shout out to Lindsay, the cease and deceased. This was July 23rd, 2025. If you follow someone on YouTube, are you a sticker? I don't think so. Does Lauren have a degree? That I don't know. She's never talked about a degree. Has she? She only talks about John's degree. I won't forgive Ashleigh for her interview with Kara. Xana's mom? Yeah, but isn't that her job to interview people? I think we're too hard on these reporters. Like, why would you want to be a reporter if you like say, oh no, I don't want that story? Or if you work for a news station and they say, you're interviewing Kara Kernodle, you interview them. She's not the producer of News Nation, you know what I mean? I just think that we've gotten more in tune with the victim side of these crimes, whereas before it was kind of out of sight, out of mind, like the older crimes, Bundy's and stuff like that. It wasn't in our face. We didn't have internet to see everything and hear from victims, and I just think we have a totally different way of viewing this stuff, and I don't really know what to think of it at this point. It's not the interviewing, it's how they do it sometimes. Yeah, their wording. I mean, they do get desensitized, I'm sure. Lauren has claimed many times she has a degree in journalism. Where'd she go to school? She go to BYU? Well, now we can see everything, but back then we couldn't look things up. We didn't have, getting court docs and autopsy reports and victims going on, YouTube. Unless they were on TV, we didn't hear from them. The transparency is different. Yeah. And the way that people approach it, I think people are paying more attention to. The University of Tijuana. Sip to Tijuana. The problem is when the journalist inserts themselves into the story, gets too close to the victims. See, that's something that we didn't have going on, I'm sure. I mean, look at Susan, what's her name? Oh, Cara was in bad shape. It felt very exploitive, I agree. University of Utah? Okay. I just think that there's people that are all true crime that aren't crama that still don't know how to approach things in a respectful way. I mean, they're all over these streets. I'm glad that you guys like hanging out though and just going over random stuff. It's been enjoyable. We kind of talked about different true crime cases while we, analyze Lauren and her behavior and her approach. The interview felt exploitive. With her being in that state of addiction and what happened to her daughter, I think it was too. So why is Lauren telling News Nation that she lived in Idaho? Yeah, that's something we need to revisit. I need to find out, why she was lying to Ashleigh Banfield. Because that would be like misinformation. Her pretending like she had the inside scoop. Sarita. Yeah, I like chilling with you guys. You guys are fun. I enjoy it. She's a trial tourist now. I think that Ashleigh is more professional. I mean, definitely more professional. But I don't think you're going to see Ashleigh camping out overnight at trials. She's still under the Nexstar umbrella. She's not on the same level as Lauren, even though Lauren wanted to put herself there. She's not. That's their job. Hard questions that the public wants to know. I can't stand these false narrative spreaders. They would report on facts. It'd be one thing. Yeah. Well, that's where you get the clicks and views, right? Because now we're not just watching, 3 network television stations. We're watching just YouTube alone has billions of channels. So there's like a whole lot of competition. I've always tried to be moderator. My true crime is true crime. Lindsay was there for Ashleigh, right? This is Lindsay's footage. Cutting lines in Delphi. Angel Slayer. I love you, Jay. I can't stomach Ashleigh. Thank you for being here, Angel. Hit the thumbs up. It is a Buccees shirt. Do you like it? I love Buccees. You could call this the stream The Changing Faces, right? I'll try to break this down into smaller videos. I'm going to try to do that. It's just so time consuming. But I'm working on it. 2026. Hopefully I'll be more organized.
And she sent out cease and desist letters to
exclusive stories. I think the trending stories is where it's at for her. They don't do things unless it's trending. And that's the thing. Well, I guess we all felt the same. It was like 90% thought that she should be banned from CrimeCon, and then 90% after. Buccees is like it's like a big truck stop. You want to see Buccees? Buccees, beaver nuggets are the best. All right, here you go. Here's Bucky's, the world's biggest gas station.
Hey everybody, I'm Josh.
And I'm Rachel.
And today we're at the largest convenience store in the world, and it's our first time trying out Bucky's.
Let's go find out what all the hype's about.
Let's do it, baby. There's Bucky. Like the nuggets.
All right, so today's video is a bit different.
If you like the nuggets, listen, Google corn. Look at, there's the nuggets. Google corn pop crack. It's the same as the nuggets, except they're not, obviously, they're smaller like corn pops, but it has the same flavor.
There, let's give you a little bit of history about Bucky's.
So it was founded in 1982 in Clute, Texas, with its first travel center in Luling, Texas.
No trucks?
In 2003.
And it began expanding outside of Texas in 2018.
It's best known for its large size, food options including brisket, baked goods, souvenirs, and travel items.
The chain has also become well known for the cleanliness of its bathrooms.
Bucky's has never permitted semi-trucks at its locations. There were
no semi-trucks. We're getting one in Tampa.
Actually multiple signs when we pulled in.
And apparently that's controversial because truck drivers want to be able to stay here.
Bucky's also has an iconic mascot named Bucky the Beaver, which you can get merchandise on everything from t-shirts, shot glasses, and even dog toys.
Now, this store itself just opened in March of 2024. It's located in Johnstown, Colorado, and is 74,000 square feet, which makes it the...
Mine is from Warner Robins, Georgia. They're building one in the Tampa Bay area, yo. What's up, Becky?
The largest in the world. It is located about 45 miles north of Denver on I-25.
The original location in Luling, Texas is being rebuilt to be just over
75,000 square feet, dude. But look, they got clothing. I mean, they got everything. Watch.
To keep your stuff cold, there's a variety of Bucky's coolers. Looks like they have more outdoor and camping gear.
Ooh, I love that
stuff. Backpacks. A little bit of everything, it seems.
Everything.
That might be one of the coolest things I've seen.
The Bucky's River Tube?
Yeah, Bucky's River Tube. I like this one that has the Bucky's head on it.
Bucky.
That is sweet.
Oh,
and she's
some
even
swim diapers too.
Well, good. Yeah. So you and your kid.
Oh, look, Dr. John in his underoos. He can get Bucky's underoos.
Matching swim trunks for Bucky's.
In addition, you can have a 4-in-1 pool hammock with Bucky's on it.
Yep.
What is this?
I don't even. Oh, that Bucky's is on there.
What
I see
is
it.
this
Okay.
thing? It's a splash toy, Josh.
There we go.
Aw, it is.
And you throw it at each other?
It's named after their family pet, Bucky, who passed away. I wonder if there's a beer out there thinking about me, too. Look how cute.
Me, too.
Aw. All right, well, I guess we might be buying stuff in this section. All right,
got
we are
everything.
going to try to get out of here to eat more snacks. But this is 11:30 on a Sunday.
Look how big it is.
It's chaos.
Bucky the Beaver. I don't know what the original Bucky was. I don't know if it was a dog or what. But yeah, that's Bucky's. You got to find one, Pines. I think there's one in Seaverville, Tennessee, Shauna. His Bucky pants? Dr. John needs Bucky underoos. Always clean bathrooms, too. All right, guys, I will see you tomorrow. Thanks for hanging out with me today. It was fun. I like being able to just chill and, you know, just have a little chill schedule with y'all. Let's see here. I'm done with the Christmas music. Are you guys done with Christmas music? I'm so done with it. Do I have any requests for a going out song? Oh, I got it. I got one. All right, we're going to get in the Cooter DeVille. I'll take requests next time. Thank you so much for your support today. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Let me know what you think in the comment section. And again, if you have anything you want to send me, I can promise your anonymity. And go ahead and shoot me an email. Let me know what you got.
She's got her shit together, but she was just bitching about CPS being at her house. You go, girl.
Which one?
A cooter
Wrong
de ville.
one.
I think the devil drives a
Cooter de ville. Let's get in the cooter de ville.
I saw the dreadlocks over the hill. Not against her will. I got time to kill. Way down in Cootersville.
Goodbye, everybody. Have a great Friday night. I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Perfection is perfected so.
We got to start that from the beginning. You guys ready? It's